officially open po our activity today. Let's hear from our Director of Operation Service, Director Bernardo Rafaelito Alejandro IV Sesoforth. Sir?
Good morning to all of you. Sa lahat ng mga nandito ngayong umaga, our staff or operations officer from the different regional offices, yung ating mga kasamahan sa IT, at our colleagues from the operations service dito sa central office, and representatives ng ating mga service providers who are implementing this project. I am delighted to welcome all of you and thank you for attending this morning's today's briefing on the alternate and backup communication system and equipment that we are using dito sa operations service or dito sa ating operations, no. This is our contribution dito sa ating pag-celebrate ng National Disaster Resilience Month, and we deem it proper na upon the guidance of the CDA na this briefing for all of us, for the operations people, is necessary for us to know yung ating mga ginagamit na mga backup communication system and other equipment, no, that we are using daily or that we will be using every time there is an operation or we activate our EOC. Because we are now in an era where IT or ICT plays a big role dito sa atin, no? Being the backbone for information sharing and disaster management. So if you have noticed lately, we have been trying to up-tempo our use of technology in doing our operations work, no? And of course, we are investing in so many equipment, no? IT equipment, para ma-upgrade yung ating facilities and our workforce. So it is important for everyone to have an appropriate information that we might need, no, during or even before an emergency. So through the years, we've been establishing a resilient disaster communication system that aims interoperability between the National Operation Center and the regional Dream OCs. Yan talaga ang vision natin na yung ating communication would be seamless between EOCs and among EOCs and even field operation centers, no. So through the years, and as a matter of fact, we have been acquiring we have acquired radio systems composing of high frequency and digital mobile radios, satellite phones, and VSAT, no, the very small aperture terminal for data support, and also voice over internet protocol or VoIP phones for quick multi-party conference calling. All these assets serve its purpose if utilized effectively. So very important that we maximize the use of this equipment in aiding us in doing our daily work, no, even during peacetime, and more so during emergency situation. By attending this briefing, we hope that everyone will be familiarized or will familiarize themselves with the different equipment that we have here at the central office and at the regional offices. So this is in line also with our theme for this year's NDCM, tamang pamamahalat, kahandaan, kaalaman at pagtutulungan sa sakuna at pandemya kalasag ng bayan. So in doing so, we as the first responder, kumbaga, sa OCD, no? Because every time there's an emergency, what goes up first, no? What goes on full alert ay tayo na nasa operations. So with this, no, I am encouraging everyone to actively participate. No? If you have questions, feel free to ask. This is a very meaningful activity for all of us to know what we have, and maybe the IT can share also what our plans are for the future. So let us all take this opportunity to discuss all together and be enlightened of what the office envisions towards enhancing both our facilities and our manpower, no, and our people's performance on emergency communication system. So slowly but surely we are upgrading. Dapat sabay ang tao at mga resources, mga IT equipment, no. We should be able to use this to the fullest, that as end user we should be the first ones to know how to use it, when to use it, and how to take care of it. So, yun lang, no? Para when the time comes that we need this equipment, alam natin lahat kung ano ang gagawin without relying so much on the support from IT kasi kukonti lang naman sila. But of course, they will be there when needed, no? To provide the backup and the maintenance requirement. But sa paggamit, tayo na nasa operation should be equipped enough, no, to learn how to operate this various equipment. So with that, I thank you all again, and I wish you a very fruitful activity today. So learn from this, and hopefully you'll have an opportunity to do hands-on, no? Para mas gamay ninyo itong mga equipment na meron tayo. So with that, thank you very much, and let's proceed with the briefing. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Director Rafi. Now, before we proceed, let me acknowledge our attendees. We our division chiefs from Central Office. From 24/7 absent, we have Sir Jomar Perez. Also from OSICTD, we have our acting chief, Kelvin Arto Fresho. And also we have from Region 12, Director Minda Morante. All right, good morning, everyone. I'll just be providing an overview of our program today. So we have prepared several topics from communications technology section and network management section. So let's start. For the first topic to discuss the OCD communication systems, we have our section head for the CDS, Mr. Archibald Abejo.
Good morning, Director Rafi, Sir Jomar, and Ma'am Susan, and Sir Kelvin. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to at least show our current capabilities of OCD emergency communication system. To start, ano ba ang tasking ng emergency communication system? So, number one, provision of emergency voice, data, video, and information systems for response cluster. Not actually sa response cluster, siyempre, nag-umpisa tayo sa preparedness hanggang recovery. So, depende, di ba, depende lagi sa magiging directives ng ni Direct or ni CDA. Number two, establishment of communication framework for the Emergency Operation Center or EOC and ICPs in disaster areas. And number three, fostering of communication, interoperability and commonality from all levels. Ibig sabihin, yan kasi yung nagiging target ng ICTD is magiging iisa lang yung magiging kumbaga sa network natin ng communication. Network natin ng communication is nag-interoperate na hindi kunyari si LGUs is using another equipment tapos sa atin iba rin. So yung interoperability hindi nagsasama eh. So yun yung pinaka-target natin dyan. Next slide. So for the concept of operations, A, activation to be decided by NDRMC or CDA. Plus B, large-scale emergencies, protracted crisis, no info being received from affected LGUs. C, coordinate the deployment and implementation of communication service. And D, provider of last resort. To provide means to facilitate the flow of info from different sources involved in the response operations. Next. Next. Look. For OCD emergency communication current capabilities, we have our UHF. Ayan po yung meron po tayo dyan donated. Dalawa po is yung UHF-based radio EPAC, yun yung pwede siyang mobilize, and digital mobile radio na meron tayong 30 units and 170 units na 10 per region. For the dispatch system, we have 1 unit na nandiyan po sa natin, sa situation room natin, and transportable repeater and telescope mast na meron tayong 1 unit and 17 units per region. As shown, yan po yung component natin na meron tayong digital mobile radio. Meron din si NDRMOC niyan 10 units. So ready po yan lagi. In anytime mabigyan tayo ng for augmentation or for emergency response. Next. The mobile repeater for emergency communication. Yan po yung meron tayo sa regional office. Alam ko po na-deliver na po lahat yan. Nagtetest na rin kami sa mga regional office and telescope mast. For the high frequency, meron po tayong 1 fixed antenna and 1 fixed transportable. Sa regional office, meron tayong 17 units and meron na po tayong naka-ready for RGCCC. Yan ang po yung component ng ating high frequency radio. So hindi na po tayo pupunta sa mga technical detail. Papakita na po natin yan next sa mga ating mga resource speaker. Sila na po mag-explain kung paano yung gamitin and mga pwede niyang gawin na itutulong niya sa emergency communications. Next. For our radio diagram. Next slide. For satellite communications. Next. Ito po yung current OCD satellite phone diagram natin. Pero po, meron po tayong i-edit dyan sa walo na hindi po na-updated. Next slide. For our drones, meron po tayong 2 units. Actually, nagamit na ni Mr. Louie. Sa earthquake, no? Mindanao. Next slide. For our very small aperture terminal or VSAT, meron pong 2 units ang NDRMOC. And meron po tayong project niyan sa PTC na 5 units. Alam ko po ay 3 units for regions 2, 5, and 9 na schedule ng Portia. Actually, nandito po siya sa Pilipinas, yung 5 units na po yan. Under inspection. Tapos deliver na po sa regions 2, 5, and 9. Yung 2 units po na may iwan is under the guidance, hintayin na ng guidance ni Direct Rafi Training Google. For our communications flow for emergency conditions, yan po as shown. So ganyan pa lang po muna yung natin, ang nakikita ng ICTV sa communications flow natin. So kung ano lang yung current natin na equipment, so hopefully madagdagan yan for 2022. So it means hindi tayo nagre-rely sa internet. So mayroon tayong HF and UHF. Slide. Ito naman po yung mga past EPC operations natin for Typhoon Yolanda, Lando, and Lawin. So yan po, nakikita natin na Turaya pa yung gamit natin and Yun lang pong problema natin dati from the past deployment, nagiging dependent tayo sa sa AFP and PNP. So tayo ang lead ETC pero wala pa tayong gamit noon. So our target talaga is magkaroon tayo ng mga sarili nating gamit niyan para hindi tayo dependent sa mga ibang agencies. Next slide. ETC team sa Typhoon Umpong. For NSED. And last po, ito yung sa Typhoon Rolly. Yan po yung nagamit na natin yung dalawa nating VSAT. And naka-connect po tayo sa Catanduanes. And dito po sa command center natin using satellite phone and our VSAT. Magamit po sa natin yung drone dyan kaso bawal luwi, no? Bawal patapali pa rin dyan. For our calendar year 2022 projects na hopefully matuloy ito sa 2022, yung procurement of 5 VSAT and distribution is 4B, 8, 11, 12, and Caraga. Mostly po sa Eastern Seaboard po yan. Yung po yung mga karamihan tiyatamaan talaga ng bagyo. Next. And sa phase 2 natin ng digital comms with an addition of 10 units, 5 RDR MOCs, to be determined po natin yan kung sinong bibigyan natin. 6 units integrator, 5 units fixed repeater system, and 1 unit deployable base radio for NRMOC. That's the end of presentation. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Sir Archie. So lahat nakita natin ang current capabilities ng ating office in terms of communication system. So naipakita po ni Sir Archie ang ating mga current communications equipment and also our future projects na upcoming. Now let's go in details para naman magkaroon tayo ng further understanding sa mga equipments na nabanggit. So for the next topic po, let's welcome representative from Scan Marine to discuss the high frequency or what we call HF-based radio. Let's have Sir Ralph Lowell Clementa, the Senior Technical ICOM Division.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Ralph Clemente from Scan Marine. So, magbibigay lang ako ng konting brief introduction about Scan Marine. So Scan Marine is a well-established corporation existing under and by virtue of the laws of the Republic of the Philippines. SMI is 100% Filipino ownership and was formed and registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission on May 5, 1981 with the hereunder primary purpose and secondary purpose among others, as amended on September 12, 2002. So Scan Marine, we offers navigational equipment, communication equipment, radio equipment. We also offers aviation equipment, survey equipment, training simulators, fishing equipment, and also medical electronics. So si ICOM mismo ay manufactures and sells wireless communication products. The company provides land mobile radio products, including conventional and transceivers, handheld radios, and digital and analog, mobile and HF transceivers, repeaters also, trunk radios, radio over IP gateways, remote communicators, and marine radio products, comprising marine transceivers, survival craft two-way radio, radio telephones, and remote control microphones, marine radars and transponders and receivers. So communication, as we all know, the communication, this is the imparting or exchanging of information it is a means of sending or receiving information such as phone lines or computers and radio, especially in radio. So, introduction of HF radio. So, HF radio, how do we attain a good communication signal? Next. So, we have ground wave, direct wave, and sky wave. So, si ground wave, this is the near ground for short distances, up to 100 kilometers over the land and 300 kilometers over the sea. So, si direct or line of sight wave natin, this wave may interact with the earth reflected wave depending on terminal separation, frequency, and polarization. Sky wave. So, this sky wave reflected by the ionosphere. So, ito yung pinaka popular or ginagamit natin na pag communicate para makabato papunta doon sa all distances. So next, so what is propagation? Ano nga ba yung propagation natin? So this is how the transmitter signal reaches the receiver. So it depends on the distance to the receiving side. So meron tayong mode, yung pinakita ko kanina, meron tayong ground waves, sky wave, or line of sight. So importante rin dito yung proper frequency kasi not a single frequency can stabilize the communication. So we're using different frequency dito para makapag-communicate ng mas maayos para good communication. So it also depends on time of day, the solar cycle, or the sunspot, the season of the year, and day-to-day solar activity. So yan, makikita natin dito yung propagation forms on shortwave. So si ground wave, sabi kanina, traveling along the ground only for short coverage. But for the sky wave, meron tayong dito reflects the ionosphere. So pagka-local, for less than 200 kilometer, ginagamit natin dyan yung NVs. Kapag ka-regional naman, less than 500 to 1 kilometer, yan yung skywave propagation. So, pag long distance, 1 to 10 kilometer is for the long distance. And direct wave, line of sight on shorter path like VHF or higher. Next. So, this one, NVs covers the escape zone. Low radiation angle produce the escape zone. So, meron tayong layers sa ionosphere. Merong D, E, and F layers. So, in daytime, nagkakaroon yan ng D region, sporadic E, F1 layer, and F2 layer. Kapag ka nighttime po naman, makikita natin dyan is yung sporadic E, and the F1, F2 layer, nagko-combine po sila, kaya nagiging isang layer na lang, ng F layer na lang po siya. So, what is NVs propagation? NVs means near vertical incident sky wave. So, sa F2 layer, 210 to 400 kilometers height reflects the radio signals. And this can provide communications out of deep valley or from mountainous areas. And this uses horizontal polarization at low height installed antenna. And this has nothing to do with ground wave propagation. So, yan. Ganito, makikita po natin dito. So, inihahalin tulad natin ito sa fountain. So, the lights are covered. So, makikita nyo dyan yung image. the lights are covered area. Sprinkling water indicates the signal going to sky and back. So the target area depends on angle of the antenna. So summary of the NVIS propagation. NVIS can provide communication up to 600 kilometers and more. With proper frequency selection, day and night communication is possible. If two stations are using NVIS techniques, reliable communication without the support of any third party is possible. No infrastructure such as repeaters or satellite systems is needed. So, alam naman natin na CHF, hindi siya katulad ng VHF or UHF na kapag may mga building or such mga infrastructure na nakakaharang dun sa site na pagko-communication niya, kahit nabundok pa yan, kaya niyang tawirin basta nakakapagbato siya dun sa skywave propagation. So reliable radio connections can be quickly established also in the field. Digital modes or data are possible. So dito natin makikita na si CHF ay capable din siya magbato ng data. Ang ginagamit naman natin doon is yung easy transfer software. So merong connectivity yon from point A to point B na kahit wala kang internet na gagamitin, pwede sila makapag-send chatting as well as chatting. Na kung hindi natin maintindihan, for example, hindi natin maintindihan yung voice doon sa kausap natin, we could simply connect through easy transfer software para makapag-send ng data as well as clear communication na pwedeng typing like yung ginagamit natin ngayon nowadays. Diba yung sa chatting is sa messenger like messenger. So pwede natin gamitin ng digital modes ng sa SSB data. So suppressing ground wave propagation reduces also multipath fading when horizontal polarized dipoles are deployed and installed at low height. So sa NVIS naman hindi natin kailangan mataas ang antenna natin. 20 to 30 feet, that is the standard installation height of the antenna na. Para mas maganda yung reflection ng signal to the ground. So, precautions on proper operations. So, may mga precaution tayo bago natin gamitin yung radyo natin. For example, wag nating i-operate yung radyo without the proper antenna attached. Kasi walang may babatong signal, babalik lang sa radyo yung pag-transmitan mo. Pwedeng masira yung radyo. Do not push PTT switch when you don't actually decide to transmit. So, meron dyan naglalaro or nagtesting hindi natin or nakapag-ano tayo sa isang frequency na yon, baka makasagabal tayo sa mga nag-uusap. So, proper use of PTT when you actually need it. So, before using the radio, must be correctly inserted the microphone. Before using the radio, must check all connections cable at the back panel of the radio. Use an ICOM microphone or handset only. Other brand may have different pin assignment and may damage the transceiver. So, next. SWR meter. So, ito kasi sir, yung ginagamit lang namin sample equipment for malaman natin yung power output ng radio. Kung for example, wala tayong hindi tayo makapag-transmit. So, pwede natin gamitin yung SWR meter para ma-identify natin kung saan nanggagaling yung sira. Kung makakapag-transmit, mayroong transmit output power pa ba yung radyo natin? Or mayroong damage yung cable po natin? Okay. So ito yung ginagamit po natin na modem, yung for data communication, which is yung P4 Dragon DR7400. So this data communication system may collect data from remote location through data transmission circuit. So ito naman yung ginagamit ng software para sa modem na P4 Dragon. Need natin, so to set up this, kailangan natin ng laptop and also or computer. Basta may lagyan natin yan. So for example, so ito yung graphical user ng software. So this is just an overview of the AC transfer, na para mapakita lang namin kung ano yung sa loob niya. So yan. So makita natin dito yung local and the remote. So yung blue line, din yung sa atin naman yung area natin. Tapos yung green, which is yung sa kausap natin. So, yeah. So, importante na malaman natin kung ano yung nakaset up dun sa station na yun para mailagay dun sa phone book or kung ano yung matatawag natin. So, this is important so that we could connect to other station. No, pagka mali yung call sign na nilagay natin, hindi makakapag-connect or mahihirapan talaga siya sa connectivity niya. So, we just have to press the call button kung ano yung call sign na gagamitin natin, na itatawagan natin. This is a 1-to-1 station only. 1:1 lang, so hindi siya pang 1:many. So for example, pagkatapos nating matawagan si Marik, or kukonect tayo sa kabilang station, kailangan natin mag-disconnect para makakonect naman dun sa kabilang station C, data 3, if we need to call data 3. Next. Chatting, file transfer, and so yun lang po yung HF po natin. The basic operations na magamit sa true disaster. So nakapag na din tayo na importante talaga siya. Dahil kapag nawalan siya ng for example, yung data transfer natin, through disaster, nawalan tayo ng internet or cell site na pagkakuha ng data, hindi tayo makapag-send ng report through other station. Importante yung easy transfer kasi hindi siya ginagamitan na ng internet. This is through radio frequency signal lang ang ginagamit natin. As long as na merong voice communication, we could connect to other station naman. So thank you everyone for listening on the brief information about HF, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Sir Ralph Lowell from Scannerly, for sharing your expertise. Sir, napaka-useful po nito, lalo na sa ating mga regional offices din na now na nakapag-install na tayo ng HF-based radio. We can see na meron po tayong question from OCD Caraga. Later po, we'll allot time to answer that. Let's spark it first po. We'll just want to show you one of our videos kung saan na-utilize namin dito sa central office ang ating HF-based radio during the STY Rally in Catanduanes.
4 out of 10 na buildings ang damaged. So out of 4 out of 10 buildings heavily damaged. So yung iba minor damages over. Okay. Sige, go ahead. Ayun lang yung dito. Ito na ilangan ko lang yung ginagawa ng assessment sa operation ng NDRR. Okay, nakausap mo sila mismo? Nakausap mo sila mismo, over. Timely rescue, retrieval and assessment. Sige, conserve ka power. Okay, 1. So we will expect you another Q2 after an hour or so. Thank you, Dexter. Go ahead. Ang na-inspect yun ni Dexter, yung CSU compound, ang may 4 out of 10 buildings ang heavily damaged. Pero ang pakirelay na lang doon sa OCD kung may tumawag kanina na wala yung bag down ang communications at saka yung office nila doon ng NDRR sa munisipyo ng Virac, over.
Sige. Try natin baka nakamonitor pa. Yung OCD Central, alias Clear Frequency, nakamonitor pa po.
Roger sir, nakikinig kami.
Ayun, nakopya niyo po, yung NDRR office daw po sa municipality ng Virac ay down po right now. Walang internet sa power line yata.
Roger sir, kami thank you sa information.
Ayun, tapos yung pong assessment, CSU compound daw po yun, yung 4 out of 10 building yung heavily damage.
Copy sir, ano ko lang, Virac yan sir, no? Virac, Catanduanes.
Opo.
Roger, salamat sir.
Ayan, yung information po niya galing doon sa kausap nyo kanina, si Dexter, DU4 Delta X-ray Tango.
Roger sir, salamat sir.
Sige po, maraming salamat at hopefully nakamonitor po kayo. Dito lang kami, we'll give you information pag meron pa po tumawag. Salamat!
Okay sir, just so adapt lang po dun sa ating pinakitang video. Yan po yung sa STY Rolly na kung saan po is nakakonect tayo sa Catanduanes. Nire-relay lang ni PARA or ni Philippine Amateur Radio Association sa OCD. So malaking tulong po yan dun sa binigay nilang SITREP kay OCD kung ano po yung ongoing na nangyayari ngayon sa Catanduanes. Yan po yung component natin noon. Talaga po siyang, ganyan po talaga siya, maingay po talaga. Pero yun naman po, meron pa siyang isang component na pwede siyang email system. So kailangan lang po namin yan is madagdagan lang ng computer. So pwede na tayong mag-email na lang or through encoding na lang po. So nung panahon po ng Rolly, yan po talaga ginamit natin. Malaking tulong po yan sa atin. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Archie. Alright, so let's go back po dun sa ating question from OCD Caraga. So this is for Sir Ralph Lowell of Scan Marine. My question po, OCD Caraga has a very low receiving signal using HF radio from to Luzon area. Saan po ang problema, sa radio or antenna setup po?
Hello po. Hello po.
Hello sir, good morning.
Good morning po. Correction lang po doon sa hindi po siya low. Very poor po. Very poor po yung signal receive.
Sir, nung unang kinabit po ba yan sir, na testing po ba?
Na testing po siya, pero sa Scan Marine po may receive. Tapos may transmission. Pero pagdating po sa central office na radio, wala po siyang receive.
Opo, bali sir, doon sa central office ni OCD, bali doon sa central niya, mayroon kasing problem doon na yung sa receive portion ni central. Bali yung office nila kasi maraming interference kasi doon. Nag-try na rin kasi kami ng mga ibang brand na radio. And then other na ibang antenna, mahina talaga yung receive ni OCD Central. Ngayon, meron kaming na-try namin dun sa kabilang building, dun sa old building nila. Medyo okay yung signal noon, kaya lang last month lang ata natin naikabit dun sa old na OCD building. Pero nung dati, nung pagkakabit dyan, nung nag-testing, mahina talaga yung receive portion ni OCD Central.
So we need to relocate kasi yung site ng HF antenna.
So yung problema sir is yung sa antenna.
Sa location din sir, may
Sa
problema
location.
din sa location din sa
Sige po.
Pero sir, nakakapag-communicate ka sa ibang OCD station sir. Okay ka naman.
Yes po sir. I think siguro yung Region 6 yata yung nakontak ko.
Sa
At saka nag-try po kami ng data transfer. May na-receive po ako.
So that is a good sir na comparison kasi we need to pagandahin pa yung location doon talaga sa central para lahat ng other station is ma-communicate na nang walang problema. So as of now, sir, pinapa-improve naman po namin yung signal communication para lahat ng region is masakop na niya.
Sige pa sir, thank you po. We will wait na lang po for the update yung sa update ng signal para na din po makapag-contact na rin po kami sa central office.
Kasi later on sir, pwede tayo sir mag-testing once na makapagpunta po kami or makapag-testing ulit sa OCD Central.
Okay, sige po. Thank you po.
All right, thank you, Sir Ralph, and also Sir John from OCD Caraga. We'll organize po separate testing to resolve that matter. Also, we have another question po from OCD Region 2 naman po from Sir Edison Padirayon. To SMI, bakit po minsan mas maganda yung USB sa LSB? Gaya pag kumukuha ako info sa mga PNP stations sa coastal ng Region 2, maliwanag, hindi gaya sa LSB mahina. Sir Ralph?
Bali, depende po kasi sa panahon yun, ma'am. Kasi may panahon din po na mas maganda yung USB kaysa sa LSB. Depende po kasi sa panahon natin sa ionosphere, depende po 'yon. Kaya hindi din natin masabi na stable ang signal natin sa LSB or sa USB kasi nga nagdedepende pa rin tayo sa panahon. Kaya minsan masasabi nila na mas maganda sa LSB po. Pero hindi po 'yun standard para masabi natin na maganda sa portion ng LSB kaysa sa USB.
All right, Sir Edison, nasagutan ba yung question or you have follow-up question po?
Meron pa akong additional question. Parang
Go
follow-up
ahead,
din
sir.
po. Kasi nag-mention po si SMI ng depende sa panahon. No, kung may weather disturbance po, meron po bang epekto doon sa paggamit ng HF?
Okay. Hello. Hello. Yes. Sa paggamit kasi ng HF radio, no, that's why meron niyang tinatawag na mode, no? Mode of operation. So either USB, USB, LSB, CW, no? Pero usually sa voice, USB, LSB. The reason why it is incorporated to the HF radio para yung paggamit lang ng frequency, kung minsan you need to change the frequency if the one that you are utilizing may be good at this time of the day and it is not usable for another time of the day or another season of the day. So kailangan talagang before you do the communication, you try to establish kung alin yung magandang frequency. One, you need to check that one, as well as kung ano yung mode, whether it's going to be USB or LSB. Upon determining that one, then that's the time that you will have to communicate dun sa station na, no? Ngayon, kapag ginamit mo yan sa another station naman, let's say, hindi sa central, you try to communicate it with another area or another region, probably magkakaroon ka ng change na naman ng frequency as well as sa mode. So, hindi yan talaga magkakaroon ng a stable standard na sabi mo dapat LSB lang tayo or USB. So, from time to time, magkakaroon ka ng I think you need also to jot it down kung bakit ganito. Kasi yung atmospheric condition is very unstable. So, hindi natin malaman kung ano yung magiging sitwasyon ng atmosphere, yung ionosphere natin, by the time na magkaroon ng weather disturbance or wala. So, yun yung, I think the reason why we need to check kung whether we will be using LSB or USB. So, kailangan natin yan ilagay sa operational natin. Establish muna yan kung kailangan palitan o ron. So, yun lang po.
Sir, so hindi reliable si HF at all time?
Yes. Actually, kanina nga, hindi siya pwedeng sabihin 24/7 communication kasi nagdidepende siya dun sa ionosphere layer. No? At the daytime, you need to utilize the layer that is meron mga different layers that is pwede mong gamitin kaya lang unstable siya. So at night time, hindi rin siya yun yung pwedeng natin. So that must be put in your parang operational handbook. Hindi siya 24/7 communication. No? At least the thing is that kapag halimbawa mas maganda na yan kaysa yung halimbawa masiro ka. Di ba? At any time of the day, pwede ka mag-communicate. Long distance and short distance.
Okay. So, sir, nilabas ko lang po yung question para naman po manote po sa lahat na baka mangyayari po na bakit wala si Caraga Region, bakit hindi siya na sumasagot sa HF. Baka mangyayari po na ganun. So at least noted po na not all the time magagamit si HF. Yun po. Thank you po.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Our advice is that for you to come up with if you're going to use, kasi mas maganda you will be able to practice yung paggamit ng HF. Even not only during time na emergency, diba? Kailangan even in a normal situation, you can utilize that one, and you try to come up with a log. Let's say sa ganitong region, I was able to communicate at this frequency and at this time. At least you will be able to establish na ito pala yung ano. Kasi pag nagbago na naman yung season, let's say it's going to be rainy, dati summertime, magkakaiba na naman yung ano niyan. Either you will have to utilize what frequency you need to come up. Yun lang yung may sasuggest ko na ano, para at least you will be able to say, ito pala yung ano. So, by next year, or let's say ito, meron ka ng magiging record. It's just a matter of practicing yung ano. Kasi, pero talaga sa mga advanced user, yung mga amateurista, talagang ano yan, alam na nila yan. Kasi sanay sila dyan eh. So my advice for you, dahil hindi pa tayo masyadong sanay, we could come up with a list, siguro data listing kung ano yung mga frequency and time of the day na pwede. Tapos kung nalagay mo rin doon, ano ba yung disturbance meron doon, maulang ba siya o ano. So you will be able to come up with a proper ginamit mo ba yung USB or LSB. Yun lang po yung suggestion ko.
Sige po, sir. Thank you po.
All right, no worries, Sir John. This will all be noted po so that we can continue the technical support to our regional offices after this activity. For last question for now lang po, before we proceed or before we have a break, another one from OCD Caraga. Siguro summary na lang po ng advantages and disadvantages of using HF-based radio. Later po, i-accommodate po natin yung iba pang question.
Sir Rat,
Yes.
baka pwede sir ako na lang sumagot sir dun sa query ni Sir Amado.
Sige po sir, sige po. Thank you po.
Sir, pagdating po sa advantage and disadvantage ng HF, na po ginagamit namin dito sa OCD, dalawa lang naman po talaga yan. Ay, isa lang po talaga yan. Pag nag-bug down, ang advantage yan, lahat ng communications mag-bug down. Ang HF is buhay na buhay pa rin po yan. So hindi naman kasi yan nag-rely sa any means na satellite o sa mga terrestrial network. So yun nga lang, ang disadvantage niya, maingay talaga siya. Tsaka meron niyang, ang tawag ko yun, yung ground niya, no? Kailangan may time frame talaga yan siya. So mas maganda yan kung umuulan, kasi ground wave nga siya. Yun na naman, parang ano lang naman eh. Nilaymanis ko lang, hindi naman masyadong technical yung pagiging ano ba yung disadvantage o advantage ng HF. Yun ang pinagkaiba. Yun ang pinaganda talaga ng HF. Kasi yan din sa tingin ng ICTD. So meron kaming para 3 layer pagdating sa communications. So kung okay naman ng mga telcos natin, so okay tayo sa mga internet, doon tayo sa layer 1. Tapos pag layer 2 naman, pag bumaba ng mga nag-bug down ng mga telcos natin, meron tayong satellite, kabisat. So pag sa final natin, kung talagang bug down na lahat, doon tayo bababa sa HF. So advantage pang long distance, yung mga ganyan. Yun nga lang, maingay talaga siya. Thank you, Sir Ahmad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you po. Naitanong ko lang yan to summarize all questions regarding HF eh. Ano ba talaga yung advantages at saka disadvantages using HF-based radio? Anong magandang antena mga gamitin para maganda yung interconnectivity between the different HF regions, especially to the different regions. Kasi sa Caraga, pag Luzon ng tinatawagan namin, hindi talaga, mahirapan talaga ang Caraga. Okay lang kung Mindanao area. No, lahat na region sa Mindanao, makontak namin. Pero pag mag-Luzon na, medyo nahirapan yung HF-based radio namin. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Sir Archie.
Yes, sir.
Sir Elmer po, Region 9.
Yes, sir.
Sir, ano lang sir, point of clarification sir. Is there any possibility ba sir na yung mga may naka-establish ngayon na HF radio sa current antenna nila na naka-in place, pwede ba sir na baka ba in the future mayroong mobile, portable antenna for HF?
Yes, meron.
Pwede naman siguro, sir, pero hintayin ko siguro yung guidance sa akin nila Sir Kelvin, sir. If, hopefully, nila yan. So, propose nila sa akin, kapagawan. Pero pag-aaralan po namin, sir.
Yes sir, naitanong ko lang sir kasi if ever sir, no, if ever, just like what had happened sa Region 2 na office na fully devastated, and yet kung meron siguro tayong na-establish na HF dati, at saka kung meron ding portable na or yung mobile HF antenna, ano lang ito sir, thinking ahead lang sir, it would be very useful na pag nasira yung fixed antenna natin, pag hindi naman nabasa yung HF natin at battery lang naman ang kailangan doon, would be very nice sir, in the future magagamit natin yon for capable communication enhancement ng mga OCD regions. Yun lang sir, thank you sir.
Archie, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Archie.
Yes, sir, Kelvin.
Yes, mag-react lang po ako dun sa sa suggestion and input ng ating mga regional offices, no. Number one, pagdating kasi dun sa advantages and disadvantages, we can actually provide the specific advantages and disadvantages of each technology. That's why kung makikita po natin, even with the other DRM practitioners, they don't rely to one technology only. We have the HF, we have other communication means for emergencies such as satellite phones, VSAT, and UHF. Kasi tulad nga po na nabanggit kanina ni Scan Marine, depende po kasi sa time of the day, sa ating weather, malaki po ang epekto ni HF. That's why kung hindi po natin siya may-utilize with all our efforts pagdating sa magandang orientation and clear skies, hindi siya ganun pa rin may-utilize, we can resort to other communication channel such as yung mga provide nga natin sa regions. Now sir, pagdating naman po dun sa input ni Region 9 ni Sir Elmer, that's a good input for the ICTD. We will study that proposal, sir. I agree sir, no, na dapat hindi lang tayo mag-stick sa fixed antenna. We should have one deployable, even a spare HF radio, para tulad nga kung for example ma-devastate yung ating area and we need to put up EOC, pwede po natin gawin with a spare and the portable antenna system. Thank you po.
Can I butt in po? Actually, if for example nangyari yung ganun, yung antenna po natin is toppled because of the strong wind, we have actually tried utilizing the antenna to be put on a tripod. That is, so we have 3 tripods that is around siguro i-stretch natin yung antenna. So it will require space, pero it is effective, no? If you could stretch that antenna by utilizing 3 tripods and then connect it with your HF radio, it will work. Magko-contact po siya. So that could be a solution na pwede natin. So just in case you need to deploy the HF radio on a disaster area, you can do so by utilizing that kind of antenna that is in the utilizing only the tripods. Or maybe if you don't have the tripods, maybe there's a tree, a bamboo pole, tie it there, set up the antenna, and then it will communicate. Yun lang po yung suggestion namin.
Sir, Sir Archie.
Yes, Sir Ian.
With regards din po sa HF, tanong ko lang po yung kasi meron na kami ditong HF na base naka-install na. Ang tanong ko lang po dito yung legalities with regards to sa NTC. Di ba po nire-renew natin yung mga region natin nire-renew natin sa NTC every year yung license. Yung tanong ko po is required din po ba yung operators natin na magkaroon ng license, yung RLM license? And then ano po yung magiging way forward po ni ICTD if ever required? Nakadirect po ito kay Scan Marine na question kasi alam ko po sila po yung maraming experiences with regards to licensing. Yung nga po, yung tanong ko is, need pa ba namin dito sa regional offices o kahit sa central office na magkaroon ng license para i-operate itong mga HF or kahit na mga VHF na pa natin, yung mobile at saka portable na radio stations. Yun lang po, sir. Thank you.
Yes, that's a very good question, sir. Sa ano kasi, sa every station that is put up, it requires a license to operate the radio station. So, ang requirement talaga ng NTC is that there should be a dedicated radio operator that will be utilizing that radio, no? So, kailangan meron din siyang license to as an operator. So, usually kailangan talagang ano yan. So, every year, nire-renew yan. So, station license as well as yung radio operators. I don't know with the radio operators if the validity for the permit, ano siya, every year yung renewal niya. I don't know. But I think for the station license, that there could be a, pwede mong let's say, gawin mo 3 years yung validity ng station license mo, possible yun. I don't know with the radio operator's license kung pwede siyang valid ng 3 years or not. But I think it is also possible.
Good morning. May i-add lang ako regarding dun sa lisensya sa pag-ooperate ng radio. Government naman tayo, so hindi naman ganong mahigpit ang NTC para sa pag-operate ng mga government operator. Pwede rin tayong kumuha ng lisensya pero pwedeng one time lang yun. Kahit hindi na natin i-renew. Kasi base sa experience, matagal na akong operator, hindi naman ako lagi nagre-renew ng lisensya. Pero nakakapag-operate ako ng radyo. So as long na sa government tayo, pwede naman yun. Hindi naman ganong mahigpit si NTC sa mga ganon kasi government tayo. Kasi kasama natin sila sa ating sa gobyerno natin sila. Yun lang po.
Ayan, sir. Follow up, sir. Follow up din dun sa sir. Agree din naman po ako dun sa sinabi, sir. Pero
agree,
meron din talaga dyan, sir, na nasisita. Di ba? May natatiming talaga dyan, sir. Pero so yung ko po is paano natin makukuha yun kay ICTD, ma-program siguro if training din sa licensing natin sa mga radio operators natin dito sa region. If pwede yan, sir, siguro part sa planning, paano natin ma-realize. Kasi nga po, sabi nga ni sir is, hindi naman masyadong mahigpit, pero may possibility din, sir, na masita. Di ba po? So, para iwas po sa ito tayo.
Sir Ian.
Ganun yung nakikita ko po. Thank you po.
Archie, if I may.
Sir, rejoinder lang, sir, kay Ian. Sir, rejoinder po kay Ian po. Region 9 po, Elmer, sir.
Error model.
Yes, sir. Elmer, sir. Proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, for that matter, sir, yung sinasabi ni Sir Ian, ay suggest lang po ito, sir. Sir, it's possible yung lahat ng mag-handle ng communication equipment natin sa region, sir. Kung pwede, sir, i-program, suggestion lang ito, sir, isahin po, sir, at ang magpo-program noon si ICTD and ang processing po ng mga focal is si ICTD na, sir, with the endorsement ng central, kasi mas madali po, sir, ma-facilitate pag one-time processing ng mga lahat ng focal ng radio communication operator, sir, sa region.
Sir, thank you, sir, for the input. Now, sir, previously kasi, sir, no, when we are on the process of planning to acquire, syempre, our HF radio, we already considered the licensing requirements. Ngayon, sir, if I can remember it right, it was in 2020, but unfortunately, hindi natin siya nakandak. But that's a point well taken, sir. We will include that in our planning for 2022. And we also have tie-ups naman, sir, with the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Actually, they have organized previously ng isang training noong 2020, early first quarter yata to, sir, no, ng 2020. And our central office personnel were able to join that training. So for 2022, sir, ipapasok po natin yan sa program, sir, in coordination with the ICT, knowing that NTC is one of the attached agency of the ICT, sir.
Thank you, Sir Kelvin. Okay na po ako.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that matter, sir.
Sir Kelvin. Sir Kelvin, ano po? Hello, Sir Kelvin. Hello po.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, yung kailangan talaga natin ng licensor or any document na we can operate radio. No, ang ginagawa namin dati sa Caraga, sir, we invite NTC to conduct a one-day orientation to after sa orientation, sir, pina-process namin, binigyan kami ng 1 year validity of government radio operator certificate. Mura naman yung bayaran, sir, eh. Then ang problema talaga natin, sir, yung licensing sa radio. Kaya ngayon yung radio ng Caraga nag-expire na, pinuntahan kami ng NTC kasi medyo makulit yung NTC ng Caraga, sir, eh. Inuuna lahat na in-inventory yung government ng mga radio communication equipment. At saka nagsiserve talaga ng notice, no, for na yung multa ng mga radio. So kailangan talaga kasi ang malaki lang na bayaran, sir, is yung licensing ng radio communication equipment. No, yung sa operator, medyo lang siya kasi orientation lang naman, eh. At saka 90 pesos ito or 120 pesos each ang babayaran in order to have this GROC.
Sige, Sir Amado.
Problema, sir. Sana, sir, malagay na sa budget yung funds for the licensing of our radio equipment. Kasi hindi nasali sa EPB yun, sir, eh. Bawat region, sir. Thank you.
Sige, sir. Sige, sir. Na-take note po namin, sir, yung mga concerns po ng ating mga regional offices, no? Possibly, sir, kaya po hindi po yan naisama sa budgeting natin yung licensing. Baka hindi rin, sir, hindi rin tayo aware, no, na, for example, sa ICTD, baka hindi rin kasi kami aware na meron tayong existing radio. And we agree naman, sir, talaga, no, na syempre, the government is the implementer. Dapat tayo una nagko-comply sa mga rules and regulation natin. And we will look into this matter, sir. But rest assured, sir, yung mga bagong installed po nating HF radios, meron po yung valid license. And now we will, in coordination with the ICT and NTC, we will provide the training and we will facilitate the licensing, yung GROC license para po sa ating mga radio operators, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's good, sir. That's good.
Sir Kelvin,
Yes, sir.
Richard, Mimoropa.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yung unang query ko kanina, no, yung sa demo, yung 7095 LSB, OCD frequency po ba ito? Hindi po.
Sir, emergency
Okay po.
frequency yan, sir.
Okay, hindi. Ano po ang frequency assigned po sa OCD ng NTC, sir? Yung sa OCD lang, sir, na binigay ng NTC.
Sir, ganito po yan. No? When we are planning the procurement of our HF radio, of course, we coordinated with the NTC central office.
Yes.
We conducted several meetings. Andyan din si Sir Jun para mag-comment later on, no? And the NTC is insisting that the frequency for OCD is the emergency frequency, yung frequency, sir, ng NDRMC. We would want to request for an operating frequency. Iba po kasi yun kung operating frequency pang OCD lang sana. But yung emergency frequency is for all stakeholders, regardless if you are in the private or public service, pwede kang gumamit nun basta nasa emergency. So yun, sir, to cut the story short, sir, wala pa po kaming na-request, sir, na OCD operational frequency. That's why, sir, ang ginagamit natin bahay is yung emergency frequencies.
Okay, thank you, sir. Kasi dapat sa sa radio station license, pagkuha pa lang natin, papasok na doon yung frequency na i-assign sa atin ni NTC. Kasi yung nasabi kanina, yung sa operator nga po, no, dalawang klase, iba yung sa handheld na RLM at iba yung sa GORC na license. Magbabiolate tayo doon sa MC 0489 ng pag hindi tayo nag-comply. Kasi member agency po natin sa NTC, dapat tayo ay unang-unang mag-comply doon sa requirement ng NTC. Yun lang po, sir, para ma-review po yung mga gaps siguro, nagkulang lang tayo doon sa part na yan.
Sige, sir. Thank you, sir. Well noted po.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Elmer po ulit. Sir, if I may, matanong ko lang, sir. Kasi, sir, si OCD, nung old pa, sir, sa NDRIMC pa tayo, sir. NDCC pala, sir, NDCC. And way back. Di ba, sir, meron tayong mga HF radios dati?
Sir, hindi ko lang po inabutan yun, sir. Pero
sir,
proceed lang po.
Yes, sir. If I may, sir, baka meron na tayong existing frequency, sir, no, because yung mga old na mga radio communicator operator natin nung kapanahunan pa ng NDCC and I think mga 1970s, 80s, meron na silang ginagamit na HF, baka meron nang na-designate si NTC na frequency natin, baka pwede natin yun i-revive, sir, or i-pull out or natin para at least atin yun, sir. Ano lang, point of clarification lang ito, sir.
Yes, sir. Yan, sir, talaga yung naging purpose, sir, ng mga several meetings namin with NTC to get our previous frequency kasi assigned na yon for NTC, for OCD. Ngayon nga, sir, ang isa pa sa binabanggit nga nila is nagkakaubusan ng frequency allocation. Kaya nga, sir, very persistent kami, no, following up with NTC. But as of the project implementation, ang talagang binibigay lang, sir, nila ay yung ating emergency frequency. But we will look into this matter, sir. That will be part of our ways forward. We have our communications team naman, sir, dito that will coordinate and hopefully resolve all these matters raised during this discussion, sir. Thank you very much po.
Sir,
Sir Kelvin, may I?
Yes, sir.
Si Elmer ba yung
Yes, sir.
nagtatanong regarding sa previous
Yan
frequency
sir talaga yung
OCD
naging
dati,
purpose
ha?
sir ng mga several
Yes, sir, ako,
discussions
sir.
with NTC to get
Yes,
our
Elmer, meron tayo hanggang ngayon sa
previous
atin pa rin yun, yung
frequency kasi assigned na yun for
10.225.
NTC.
For
OCD.
nabanggit na sa akin ni
Ngayon nga sir, ang isa
Robert
pa
ko
sa
ng NTC, nasa atin pa yun.
binabanggit nga nila
Yung
is nagkakaubusan ng
10.225
frequency allocation. Kaya nga sir,
OCD
very
frequency yun.
persistent
Well and
kami
good
no
sir, at least
following up with
ano natin,
NTC.
mariregain natin
But as of the
frequency
project
na yun. Siguro,
implementation, ang talagang
for
binibigay lang sir
the
nila
lahat
ay yung ating
ng region
emergency
sir, if
frequency.
ever na may
But we will
tayo,
look into this
mayroong,
matter sir.
mga queries,
That
at
will
least
be
yung
part of
alternate
our way
yung
forward.
primary channel natin sir,
We have
ibahay
our
natin, atin yun sir.
communications team naman
Hindi doon
sir
sa
Atin yun,
that
yung
will
10.225.
coordinate and
thank you sir, at least clarified sir.
hopefully resolve all these
Okay,
matters
sige, thank
raised
you.
during this discussion sir. Thank you very much
Alright
po.
po.
Sir
Thank you.
Kelvin, may I?
Break lang po muna. All your
Yes,
questions
sir.
po pwede niyo pong isend sa ating chat box.
Si Elmer ba yung
Yes, sir.
nagtatanong regarding sa
Radio
previous
Yan
frequency
sir
ng
talaga yung
OCD
naging
dati,
purpose
ha?
sir ng mga several
Yes, sir.
discussions
Sir.
with NTC to
Maybe
get
Yes,
our
Elmer, meron tayo hanggang ngayon sa atin
previous
pa rin yun, yung
frequency kasi assigned na yun
10.225.
for
we
NTC.
can have
for
10 minutes
for
short
Nabanggit na
OCD.
sa
break.
akin ni
Ngayon nga sir,
We'll
ang
resume
Robert ko
this
ng
sa
NTC, nasa atin pa yun.
binabanggit nga nila
Yung
is nagkakaubusan
10.225
ng
Alright,
frequency
11:04.
allocation. Kaya nga sir,
OCD
very
frequency yun.
Short break po muna
persistent
Well,
kami
and
no
good, sir, at
following
least,
up with
ano natin,
NTC.
mariregain natin
But as
yung
of the
frequency
project
na yun. Siguro,
implementation, ang talagang
for
binibigay lang sir
the
nila
lahat
ay yung ating
ng region
emergency
sir, if
frequency.
ever na may
But we will
tayo,
look into this
mayroong,
matter sir.
mga queries,
That
at
will
least
be
yung
part of
alternate
our way
yung
forward.
primary channel natin sir,
We have
ibahay
our
natin, atin yun sir.
communications team naman
Hindi doon
sir
sa
Atin yun,
that
yung
emergency
will
frequency.
10.225.
coordinate and
Thank you sir, at least clarified sir.
hopefully resolve all these
Okay,
matters
sige, thank
raised
you.
during this discussion sir. Thank you very much
Alright
po.
po.
Sir Mingsky, old school ka na talaga.
Hindi sir, stock knowledge lang yun sir.
Lang po muna. All your
Yes,
questions
sir.
po
Kasi
pwede
sa
niyo
naalala
isend
sir,
sa ating chat
nagawi
box.
ako doon
Si
sa
Elmer
all,
ba yung
Yes, sir.
all operations
nagtatanong
building
sa
natin
previous
sir.
Yan sir
frequency
talaga
ng
yung
Meron
naging
OCD
talagang
dati,
purpose
ha?
sir ng mga several
Yes,
discussions
sir.
with NTC to
Yun
get
Yes,
ang
si Elmer,
overall
meron
ating
tayo
sir.
hanggang ngayon sa atin pa
Tapos
rin
sa
yun, yung
sa
assigned na yun
sa
for
kabilang
we
dulo
can
noon,
have
for
nandoon
10
yung mga
minutes
HF
for
radios
OCD.
natin. Sabi ko,
Ngayon nga sir,
We'll
naisip ko lang doon, sabi ko
sa
conflicting yata.
binabanggit
Nandito
nga
yung
nila
ID
yung
sir,
nagkakaubusan
tapos nandito yung
frequency
HF, parang
allocation. Kaya nga sir,
Alright.
very
mismatch no yung
persistent
room.
kami no
Sir, at
following
least,
up with
naalala ko ngayon na
but as of the project
baka meron ng
implementation, ang
existing
talagang
frequency
binibigay
tayo
lang sir
dahil
nila
marami
ay
naman
yung
tayong
ating
regions
emergency.
radios dati sa old and dream si Opsen.
Sana all sir nakapasyal doon. I-merienda muna tayo sir, i-merienda. Virtual merienda.
Padala mo sir, if ever na may
But we will look into this matter sir.
mga queries,
That
at
will
least
be
yung
part of
alternate
our way
yung
forward.
primary channel natin sir,
We have
ibahay
our
natin, atin yun sir.
communications team naman
Hindi doon
sir
sa
Atin yun,
that
yung
will
10.225.
coordinate and
Jorian, good morning. Jorian.
Sus na ang gwapo.
Kawagad, sir. Jorian, kamusta na yung ano mo, yung IP phone mo? Wala na problema?
Si Rogen. I-chat
Yes,
ko
ma'am.
nga siya eh.
Sir, pwede paki-broadcast po yung ano, yung old frequency ng OCD dito sa chat box para ma-capture po lahat ng region.
Oo, kasi nare-record din. Register na siya na. Mga gagmay, gatong motor.
Sir Mado, kumusta?
Yung may sana. Kain natin.
Okay.
Mga sir, ayan na oh, capture nyo na yung ano, yung old frequency ng OCD sir. Thank you sir.
No?
sir.
No? Nakagutom naman yun, sir, yung post mo.
Background lang good sir, pero copy ra gud to.
For the third release of the air, this is where we intend to integrate our government issued registries such as passport, driver's license, and the national ID lahat communication systems and equipment for operations. So let's proceed po sa next topic natin. By the way po, thank you po sa Scan Marine for the discussion about the HF-based radio. So our next topic moving forward po, to discuss digital mobile radio or ultra high frequency or UHF radio, we have invited Sir Jose Antonio Reforzado Jr. from We Are IT and Sir Roderick Caliba from Hytera.
Good afternoon po. My name is Pedro Reforzado po. I'm with Rod Caliba from Hytera and also our technical manager si Gary Balukatik sa WIT po. Hello. We're here to present po yung digital communication radio which we were able to supply to OCD last December 2019, and then we completed the delivery po early this year. Medyo natagalan din implementation because of the pandemic, so it really became a challenge for us to deliver the communication. So right now po, we have some presentations for you. First, we would like to introduce WIT for those who already know WIT, and ito naman po sa mga bagong kailan po nalaman si WIT. Thank you very much po. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. WIT po, as an introduction, we've been in the market for 20 years already. We were incorporated in February of 2000, and so far right now we have 100 million paid capital in the SEC and over 300 million in assets. Our core competence is really on satellite communication and other ICTs, but since nabanggit po kanina ni Director na the changing times is already here, and mostly communication revolves around IP. So as early as 5 years ago, we started diversifying our reach with regards to acquiring other solutions, and such as nakasama sa ICT sphere, kasama na po dito yung products and services ni Hytera. So again, as a satellite company, we have installed more than 5,000 DSAT installation in the Philippines, and we are also a member of several DSAT groups here locally and abroad. Sa ngayon, we are running mission critical communication facilities for some mission critical agencies of the government, including NDRRMC. Next slide, please. Ito po ang aming teleport connected in Pampanga. It's also a data center for VSAT system. And this is owned and maintained by WIT. Meron niyang katambal, highly redundant po siya. It's located in Balanga, Bataan naman. Next slide, please. We have over 1.1 gig of satellite available sa Pilipinas, and we offer the most cost-effective solutions when it comes to VSAT connectivity. Next slide, please. Ito po yung product and services namin. Aside from the VSAT satellites, we also carry other solutions like BGAN, small satellite systems, satellite phones, the three most common known brands, Inmarsat, Iridium, and Turaya. And for nabanggit ko rin kanina, we started also offering other communication solution, and it's a Hytera Retail Mobile Radio Communication System 2 years ago. And next is we also have communication services. Ito po yung parang mobile command centers. And lastly is fintech or financial technology solution for para pong payment system. Next, please. Next slide, please. Some of our major clients, dito po yung mga government, as you would see. Mission critical agencies po are nandito like Pag-asa, DOST, and PBOX, and also NAPOCOR, and most recently po si NDRRMC and OCD. Next slide, please. At naman po yung aming private clients, including multinational companies like Asian Development Bank and other international NGOs. Next slide, please. We are also partnered with international NGOs. Mostly they are using us for their efforts in our country for disaster relief. So mostly po during Yolanda, Rolly, and other yung malalakas na disasters, we are being tapped by these NGOs to provide their communication systems during their operations. Next slide, please. Some of our corporate highlights, ang isa sa major clients namin is ABB. We have been providing visa services to them since 2007 and 15 of their international offices. We have provided the transmission and election results for Smartmatic and Comelec for the past 4 elections. Lahat ng satellite connectivity requirement ng election is provided by us through Smartmatic. Over the last 12 years, we have provided the decent connectivity requirement of Department of Education for their internet connectivity for public high schools. For Napocor, we also partnered with them and also for EPLDT to provide also visit connectivity for 72 Napocor remote offices. And lastly, we are the prepared communication provider for mission-critical branches of government, mainly for disaster preparedness and response, including NDRRMC and DOST, ASTI, PAGASA. Ito po some pictures lang po of our operations during one of the most famous or infamous disasters that hit the countries in Yolanda. So we provided decent connectivity and also satellite phone services, also in partnership with other NGOs, particularly TSM or Telecom Sans Frontiers. Next slide, please. Okay, this is, I guess that was the last slide. I would like to transfer the floor to our partner, Mr. Rod Caliba, technical head for Hytera. Sir Rod, over to you now. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Naririnig po yung audio ko. Malinaw po ba?
Yes, sir. Malinaw, sir.
Okay. So, ayan, good morning and thank you for this opportunity that you have given to us para i-explain yung solution. No? Okay, I'll be starting by briefly introducing our company, Hytera. So, Hytera is a company from China in Shenzhen. So, yun yung aming HQ. And we have an office here in the Philippines, dito po sa BGC. Kaya we have the sales, the after sales, pre-sales engineers, so, na nagsusupport po ng mga clients dito sa Pilipinas. Okay, to give you a brief introduction about Hytera. So, next slide please. So yung Hytera po was established in 1993 and over the years, ito po yung naging milestone. Yung medyo ano po dito, medyo highlight is yung 2017, may mga subsidiaries na na-acquire ang Hytera, ang mga radio companies din, and also some companies na gumagawa ng mga antenna and some integration solutions. So that was in 2017. And 2018 naman, ito naman po yung nagkaroon ng mga convergence solution. So nag-launch ng Hytera ng mga ganong solution. And last year was the start of a 5G development. So ano po yung, since katulad din po nung sa public network, sa private radio communication, may mga technology na rin na involved po yung 5G. Okay, so next. And here is our other subsidiaries that we grow with. So one is Sepura, which is from UK, Teltronic from Spain, Norsat from Canada, and also yung Sinclair. So Sinclair is the antenna brand na ginamit po natin sa ating mga UHF radio. Ayan. So these companies are already subsidiaries of Hytera and ayan po, we are incorporating po yung products from this company to our solution. Okay? So next. And here, ito naman po yung global footprint ng Hytera. And we are present in around 120 countries. And one subsidiary is here in the Philippines. We have a representative office here in BGC. Next. And pagdating po sa products, from terminals, yung mga radio terminals natin, mobile or yung handheld, so we have those solution. Doon sa system naman to provide the coverage or yung link, so we have those solution. The platforms like yung mga dispatch system or yung mga multimedia communication, so we have those solution as well. And also yung mga applications which normally in-house developed ng Hytera po yung mga application na ito. And also pagdating po sa product, we can see dito po sa baba, no, we have the narrowband. So narrowband means yung mga two-way radio, yung gumagamit ng mga small bandwidth lang po ng frequency. And po yung narrowband. And also we have some terminals na I can cater both broadband and narrowband. So ito yung mga hybrid na mga radio. And also yung mga purely broadband terminals din. So we have those kind of solution. Okay, so next. And pagdating po naman sa factory, sa pag-manufacture ng mga products natin, Hytera manufacturing facility is almost 50% ay automated na po, which make the product more yung high yung quality niya, reduce yung human error pagdating po sa mga testing or assembly. Ayan. And lastly, before po doon sa pinaka natin, and yung research and development centers. So next slide po. Ayan, ito po yung research and development centers ng Hytera. So total of 10, 5 of which are in China and some others are in Canada, in Germany, and also in Spain. Ayan. And po yung So ang po ng Hytera is they invest heavily on the research and development to come up with the new products, new innovations that the customers can use. Ayan. Okay, so yung next topic po is about the DMR technology, and which ito po yung ginagamit po natin ngayon sa ating UHF na communication system. So briefly discuss ko po yung features ng DMR, ano yung background ng DMR. And then we will go to the existing setup ng OCD para po natin kung ano yung naging connectivities and yung functionalities na meron. Okay? So DMR, next po. Ito po yung yung DMR means digital mobile radio. It is a standard na ginawa ng ETSI noong 2005. So yung ating terminals and also our repeaters are aligned with this standard. Ayan po, no. And ang DMR is meron siyang tatlong modes, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, which I can elaborate yung mas magandang illustration on the succeeding slide. Next po. Ayan. Ang ginagamit po ng DMR is na multiplexing is yung TDMA, which means yung 12.5 kilohertz na frequency na ginagamit natin to transmit or receive ay nahahati po sa dalawang time slot. So kaya in our communication system, pwedeng yung using the same set of frequency, pwede tayo makapaggawa ng two simultaneous calls na hindi nagkakarinigan or hindi nagkakaapakan. So yun po yung kaya nagagawa po yun dahil po dito sa TDMA na ginagamit. So for example, if yung isang grupo natin, they will make a call and then kaya pang i-accommodate ng system natin yung another call. So yun po yung So parang may dalawang repeater na ginagamit tayo. Ayan. So next. Ayan, ito po yung yung sinasabi ko na tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3. So dito sa tatlong mode ng DMR, ang ginagamit po natin is yung tier 2, which is yung direct mode or repeater mode. So actually capable yung ating terminals kung dalawang ito. Ayan, na gawing communication. So kung walang repeater dun sa area, pwedeng direct mode yung gamitin natin or yung tinatawag din natin na simplex. Ayan. So direct mode or simplex, parehas lang po sila. And yung tier 3 is it's more on capacity kasi yung yung trunking, which normally ginagamit ito ng ng malalaking organizations like the police, which our PNP is using right now, yung trunking. So they deploy trunking system sa mga key cities, yung malalaking cities. So yan po. So ayun, yung for OCD we are using tier 2, but in case later on after few years kung medyo madami yung users, pwede rin pong mai-upgrade into a tier 3 ranking yung system natin. Okay? So yun po. And tier 1 actually hindi naman po ginagamit dito sa atin kasi wala naman pong license free or yung normally ito kasi yung mga short range radio like meters lang po yung yung pagitan. Okay? So next po. And to explain further po yung TDMA, so ito yung yung analog technology. So ang effect niya is pagka nag-transmit tayo using this technology, nako-consume natin yung buong resources ng frequency. So isa lang po yung pwedeng makagamit. While dito sa sa DMR 2 slots is ayun nga using the same or even smaller size ng frequency, dalawang calls yung kaya niyang ma-accommodate through yung TDMA technology na So in effect, yung efficiency natin ng paggamit ng frequency mas efficient. Kumbaga naging double yung capability ng system natin. Okay? So next po. And ito yun yung illustration ng TDMA. So voice call 1, usap, and then another voice call. So yan yung dalawang group na to simultaneous pero same lang po yung yung repeater or same lang yung frequency na ginagamit. So yan. So ito po yung illustration niya. Okay, sa case po natin doon sa ating mga terminal, so merong local, di ba? Meron tayong interregion at merong simplex. So for example, ongoing yung local communication at may call from region. Those radios na hindi nakasali doon sa local communication, mare-receive nila yung regional call po. So yun po yung sa application po ng OCD setup. Okay, next. Ayan yung pagdating naman po sa infrastructure, ayun yung analogy niya is kung gagawin natin na dalawang call, so dalawang call yung kayang i-accommodate ng system natin. So kailangan natin maglagay ng dalawang repeater and some combining equipment and dalawang set of frequencies din yung kailangan natin na bayaran or i-request kay NTC. While dito po sa sa DMR, so we're using one repeater, one set of frequency, pero yung capability niya is the same. Dalawang sabay na call yung kayang ma-accommodate. Okay. So next. Ayun po, pagdating naman po sa consumption ng battery, since ang ginagamit ng na technologies TDMA, so yung effect niya pagdating po sa pag-drain ng battery is mas mababa. Meaning for example yung 1200 mAh na dating 8 hours, it can extend to 12 hours. So yun po yung kanyang isang advantage din. Dahil 'di ba yung pag nag-transmit tayo ng radio, hindi naman all the time nagta-transmit yung radio sa on off yung transmit niya. So yung during the time na naka-off yung transmit, nagta-translate yun into savings doon sa pag-drain ng battery. So yun, kaya 40% yung kanyang battery life improvement doon sa ating isang charge ng battery. So kung sa operation, mas matagal na ma-drain yung yung battery, therefore mas matagal nating magamit yung radio. Okay. Especially doon sa mga senaryo na yun nga yung walang power or medyo malayo yung yung area na pwede tayong mag-charge, so mas naging beneficial. Okay, next po. And pagdating naman po sa audio, since it is digital, na-eliminate po natin yung mga noise like yung mga static noises pagka normally naririnig po natin sa mga radios before na pagka malayo na yung nagtatransmit, medyo mataas na yung noise at minsan medyo hirap nang maintindihan yung yung audio na binabato. So sa digital ang ginagawa niya is as long as kaya niyang i-decode yung signal, yung quality ng audio niya is the same kahit is the same kapag yung malapit kayo, kung anong performance nung audio pagka malapit kayo na nag-uusap is the same hanggang doon sa edge ng coverage. So yun. So until such time na talagang hindi na kayang i-decode yung signal, so that's the time na hindi ka na rin maka-trigger doon sa repeater or wala ka na rin ma-monitor doon na transmission. Ayan. So ito yung illustration ng na ito. So meaning mas napoprolong yung digital na mas malayong distance, pero I mean kahit sa malayong distance, yung kanyang audio is still kumbaga maganda pa rin at readable pa rin yung audio na pino-provide ng DMR radio. Okay, next. So ito po yung illustration na dito pagka sa mga analog radios, highly maririnig natin yung static noises. At ayun, minsan hindi na natin marinig, nakikita lang natin na may transmission, may ilaw yung yung parang indicator na may incoming, pero mataas na yung static noise. So dito sa digital is malino pa rin yung kanyang audio. So kahit nandito sa area na to at saka dito is same sila nung quality ng voice. Okay. And also our terminals are backward compatible sa mga analog. So yun, yung mga radios natin is pwedeng ma-configure or pwedeng ma-program in such a way na lumipat tayo ng channel at yung channel na yun is naka-configure as analog. Ayan, makakausap natin yung mga analog radios as long as nandoon sa frequency range ng ating radio. In our case, yung radio natin na ginagamit is nasa range ng 350 to 400 MHz. So basta yung mga analog radios is nandoon din sa range na yon, ayan, pwedeng ma-configure yung mga terminals na makausap yung mga analog radios. Okay? So, next. And another advantage ng DMR is yung pagiging secure niya. So, normally, minsan di ba na-experience siguro is yung mga matagal nang gumagamit ng radio dito, yung experience natin na may mga pumapasok or may naririnig tayo ng mga ibang transmission na hindi naman natin kagrupo. So yun, yung mga ganong cases, may iwasan natin dito sa DMR system. So una is yung ating configuration is hindi lang po doon sa frequency yung kino-configure natin. May mga parameters din like yung radio ID which is around 8 digits po yung radio ID natin. Yun yung isa pang natin, isang kahit alam nila yung frequency pero hindi nila alam yung ID, yung talk group ID na ginagamit natin. So hindi rin nila ma-monitor or hindi sila makakapasok. So aside from those configuration like may color code din. So ayan, hindi basta-basta na ma-monitor yung calls natin. And aside from those configuration, meron din tayong encryption na na pwedeng i-apply doon sa radio natin. So merong basic, which the radio, meron na yung radio natin, and also meron din yung tinatawag natin na full encryption. Ayan, so ayun, we are, kumbaga, pagka nag-transmit tayo ng mga, siguro kahit mga sensitive information, is confident tayo na walang nakaka-monitor yung ating conversation, except yung mga kasama lang natin sa OCD. So ayan po. Okay, so next. And here are the functionalities na kayang ma-realize ng ating system. So una yung mga private call, group call, all call, one-touch call, ayan, third-party call. Ayan, yung common na ginagamit natin is yung group call and also yung private calling. Although dito sa yung private calling, minsan kailangan nating i-limit yung yung kung sino lang yung makagawa ng private calling due to, di ba, sa repeater natin may 2 time slot lang yon, and if everyone mayroong privilege to do a private call, baka ma-congest po yung yung 2 time slot natin na ginagamit. Ayan. And also some messaging, so pwede tayong mag-send ng message sa group or either sa isang kasama. Ayan, pwedeng magpadala. Ayan, mga alarms. Ayan. And also remote monitor sa mga if we want to, let's say, na-deploy yung kasama natin and we want to monitor yung area niya. Ayan, as long as pinayagan doon sa so may naman yan mayroong kung inallow doon sa template na enable yung remote monitor, pwede yan. But normally, naka-disable po yun. And yun nga, it's depend po kung kailangan talagang i-enable yun or hindi. And also yung radio disable, enable. Kapag ang advantage naman ng ganito is kapag nawala or na-misplace yung radio, hindi natin makita, so pwede muna natin i-disable as long as naka-on pa po yung yung radio. And radio check, kung pwede nating i-check kung naka-online yung radio. So i-check lang natin kung yung kanyang radio ID, i-type natin, and then ayan, pwede nating malaman kung naka-on yung radio. And some alert call. So pwede tayong magpadala ng alert call. Let's say hindi nagre-respond yung isang kasama natin, pwedeng padalhan ng alert call. Ayan. Again, yung specific doon sa kanyang radio ID. So, kaya pagka nakita niya, may parang missed call, pero actually it's parang may tone na tumutunog dun sa radio na mayroong gusto makipag-communicate. Ganun. So yun po yung mga other services. And then ito po yung yung communication setup na meron ng OCD. So we have around, I think 18 na repeaters. Ang NHQ po merong fixed repeater. And then all of the regions, meron po tayo ng portable repeater. And pwede po siyang mai-connect through internet at mag-communicate yung mga regions doon sa channel na inter-region na makikita natin po doon sa ating terminals. And each regions merong 10 radios. Ayan. So basically, ang kaibahan lang naman ng NHQ to the other regions is fix yung nandito sa main office, and the rest are portable radios. But yung functionality are almost the same po yung kanilang functionalities. Ayan, so 2 time slot, ayan, and yung IP connect, so ayan, yan po yung kanilang functionalities. And going more specific po, next. Sa setup. So ito po yung setup ng fixed repeater. So ito po yung fixed repeater natin na naka-install sa NHQ, and yung antenna. So meron po tayong isang antenna. Ayan. And yung ating connectivity, ayan po yung interface ng repeater sa internet. And as I mentioned kanina, yung frequency band na ginagamit natin is 350 to 400. Ito po yung kayang i-accommodate ng repeater na frequency range. But yung ating specific frequency is nasa 380 to 100. So ito po yung inallocate ng NTC para sa OCD. Ayan po. And some other parameters. Ayan. Okay. So, next. Ayan, ito naman po yung naka-deploy sa ibang regions. Yung portable repeater natin. So, meron siyang 2 slot na battery, yung antenna, ayan, may heatsink siya, and then yung interface ng antenna. So, dalawa po yung interface dito, yung para sa antenna at isa para sa GSM o yung tawag nito, sa telephone. So, yun po, no, yung kanyang, and naka-pelican siya. And yun po, yung pwedeng dalhin kahit kung saan yung, yung may area na kailangan may coverage ng radio. So, ang output power is 20 watts. Yan. And the battery can last up to 13 hours po. Full charge po yung 2 battery. Then, pwede pong tanggalin yung isa kung halimbawa may spare, in case later on, ayan, pwedeng hot swappable po sila. Ayan. So, built-in duplexer, meaning, yun po, katulad nung ginagawa nung ibang regions, isang antenna na lang po yung, yung kailangan. Okay? And ito po yung pwedeng setup. Dalawa po, no? So, either naka-telescopic mast tayo, then yung high gain antenna, ayan. Or para mas maging yung mas portable, pwede rin na yung yung whip antenna, yung ginagamit sa mga sasakyan, ayan. Yung mobile antenna na tinatawag, ikabit natin dito sa mobile repeater, and then pwedeng dalhin to sa mataas na lugar kasi naman siya, may gulong or basta kung pwedeng madala sa mataas na lugar, ayan. So, okay din yung kanyang malayo din yung coverage. Ayan. So, dalawa po, no? So, I think ang meron ng ngayon, ang OCD is itong yung high gain na antenna and then yung telescopic mast. Ayan. Okay. So, next po. And may dispatching system dito sa sa NHQ na ginagamit. So ito yung to check yung mga ongoing na communication, or pwedeng ma-record din dito yung mga audio conversations, o pwede rin na matrack yung mga locations ng mga radio. So, yan. Okay. And ayun, may pinipare kami na other solutions na pwede rin siguro later on if OCD would like to acquire some other solution except for radio communication. So we prepare some yung PTT over cellular, yung BWC, and yung satellite terminal. So actually, itong POC po is like a radio din, but ang connection po nito is through Wi-Fi or through SIM card. But whenever we push yung PTT, is like yung radio talaga yung functionality niya. So, but since po siya broadband, hindi lang po voice yung kaya nating i-transmit, even yung video. Ayan, kung halimbawa may nasa scenario tayo at may connectivity, may data doon sa area, pwedeng ipadala din yung video na habang pag-press natin ng PTT button, yung voice natin at saka yung pinapakita natin na video doon sa area is nakikita din ng mga kasamahan natin na nasa office or nasa ibang area. So yan, you can send voice, photo, or even video. So anywhere na may coverage, pwede nating magamit yan. And here are the yung mga iba-ibang terminals na pwedeng magamit yung POC. So entry level, middle, and yung hybrid. So itong isa is pwedeng narrowband or pwede ring broadband. So, pwede siyang mag-akas radio, pwede rin siya na through POC or cellular phone. Okay, next. And ayan, ito po yung application, no? Similar to other applications. So, yan, may mga contacts, yung groups, yung talk group natin, and then yung mga kasamahan na natin na naka-online, and then yung mga videos, ayan, pwedeng magawa dito sa application na to. So, actually, ito yung nandoon sa mga terminals, naka-install sa terminals na application. Okay, next. And meron din siyang dispatch, katulad din sa kanina, no, sa ating radio. May smart dispatch. Dito din may dispatching din siya. system. Ang kaibahan nito is hindi lang siya voice, hindi lang GPS, but then pwede nating i-pull yung video. So from this application, gusto kong makita yung video ng isang terminal na nasa field, yan, pwede ko siyang i-pull yung video at i-display doon sa pinaka screen ng office or operations center. Okay? So ito yung sinasabi ko na hybrid, no, multi-mode radio that can do the functionality of radio, cellular phone, ayan, with multiple connectivity options. So ayan, kung walang data dun sa area, pwede siyang mag-radio. Kung may data sa area, pwedeng gamitin niya yung PTT over cellular, or pwede rin siyang tawagan as a regular phone. And yun, yung functionality ng dual camera, pwedeng yun magamit sa mga pagkuha ng documentations, or kung medyo mahirap madaling ma-disseminate yung information, so kunan lang ng video clip yung area and then padala, or some photos. So that will enhance yung communication system between regional offices or dun sa area papunta sa mga decision makers natin. Okay? So, and another solution po yung body-worn cameras. Ayan, if ever kailangan po nyo ng mga ganitong solution, and meron po tayong solution din ng body-worn cameras na may siguro sa field kailangan, ayan, or some response dun sa emergency response natin. Ayan. Okay, next. Ito yung flow ng BWC. So hindi siya lang recording, pwede rin siya na live streaming. Ayan, pwedeng i-live stream at makita rin sa operation center, or makiklik po. Next. Ayan, or walang recording, but pagdating po sa pinaka-office, i-deduct po yung camera, and yun, automatic po na may upload yung mga recorded videos, and later po magagamit for a review. Ayan. Okay. And ito po yung mga products pagdating po sa BWC. So merong non-LTE models. Ito po yung recording lang, walang capability to real-time na mag-transmit ng mga videos. And ito yung models naman na ito. Ito yung models na pwedeng i-live stream, or pwedeng mag-push ng mga video papunta sa system. Ayan. And ayan, may mga screen to review or to check yung mga recorded videos. Ayan. And ayun, iba-iba yung kanilang storage. If ever kailangan ng mas malaking storage, so may mga variant po naman ng storage yan. So from 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. So yan po. Okay, next. And ito po yung how to halimbawa multi-branch yung at gusto nating i-dump lahat ng mga recorded videos sa isang central office. Ayan, pwede po yung ganitong system. So pagdating po sa office, original office, i-dump po yung body-worn camera, and then locally mare-record dito, and then pwedeng yung itong terminal na to i-upload niya papunta sa central deposit of videos, para doon lahat ng mga documents, lahat po ng mga videos is nando dito at ready for review, or pwede nating i-archive yung for later on kung may mga kailangan i-check. So ayan po, yung pag-upload nito is pwedeng schedule, like yung mga hours na hindi kailangan ng connectivity, like yung madaling araw. Ayan po. Okay, so next. And ito yung pinaka-GUI. So ayan, yung pagre-review, and then yung uploading, ayan, and then yung pwede nating i-name yung mga yung i-register, but pwede nating i-name lahat ng mga BWC para pag nag-upload sila, may identity yung mga videos. So hindi na mahirap i-identify na kanino galing to, sang area. So lahat doon kasama na doon sa ID ng video. So ayan. Okay. And lastly, yung satellite communication terminals. So kanina na mention ni Sir Pet regarding sa satellite solution nila. So ang Hytera din is mayroong satellite, but we only provide yung mga terminals yung mga portable terminals, fixed terminal, or even yung mga terminals na sa mga sasakyan. And then yung subscription is pwedeng matulungan if you prefer yung Northsat na terminals, and we can partner with the local subscription provider po dito sa Philippines. Ayun po. So ayun, that ends my presentation, and salamat po. If may mga question, then siguro kung may time we can answer po.
Thank you, Sir Pat from your IT and Sir Rod from Hytera. Now, we can accommodate questions. We do have here from OCD4A, Sir JL Reyes. Hindi po pala makakapasok si Analog kay Digital, Sir.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, Sir Rod. May tanong po from OCD4A. Hindi daw po ba possible makapasok ang Analog kay Digital?
Pwede po siyang makapasok provided na meron pong yung parang gateway na tinatawag. So normally ang ginagawa po nung iba is nagkakaroon sila ng back-to-back na base radio or mobile radio. So yung isa nagre-receive as analog, and then since naka back-to-back papunta sa digital. So yun po yung way na makapasok yung ating analog. But pwede rin po na without yung back-to-back is pwede rin na mag-program doon sa terminal mismo. Kaya lang mag-change ng channel, hindi doon sa the same channel. Let's say ang channel natin 1 to 3 are purely digital. Doon sa channel 4, pwede nating i-gawin na analog naman siya. Ayan, so pag nandun tayo, makakausap natin yung mga analog. Ayun po.
Alright. Sir Rod, meron din pong na-raise na concern from OCD Caraga, from Sir John Len. We don't have access to Hytera configurations.
Yes po. Actually, na po ng OCD po yon, if you can give the access doon sa configuration. Kumbaga, depende po kung OCD, kung sa OCD Central, if we can provide them or allow them to access. Kasi minsan po ang nagiging problema kung if we can provide the access, hindi po kasi sa same as sa analog na madaling i-configure yung like inputting the frequencies and okay na po dito sa DMR is siguro they need siguro to contact IT or Hytera para po doon sa procedure kung paano gawin, or if OCD will allow na ma-alter po yung configuration.
Hello po, if I may po. From OCD Caraga po.
Thank you, Sir Rod. Meron pa po bang other questions na we can discuss right now?
Hello po, ma'am.
If wala po, probably we can have lunch. Baka gutom. Okay. Wait, meron po tayo from OCD Region 10 from Sir Emmanuel. Sir, tanong lang, meron bang specific na brand na analog to digital radio?
Wala naman po, sir. Walang specific na brand. Siguro dito sa digital radio, might as well Hytera po yung yung radio, but yung analog as long as mamap nila, kasi may pinning po yun, sir, sa likod ng radio. May mga pin po kasi yon. So kailangan i-map yung pin na yon, kung ano yung transmit, ano yung audio. So yun po yung mga kailangan doon para yung from analog is mai-transmit po sa digital. Pero normally po sa mga gumagawa nito is para mas mabilis at wala po yung yung hassle na is same po, Hytera yung analog, Hytera din po yung digital.
Hello po. OCD Caraga po, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Hello po, na-raise ko lang po yung we don't have access sa ETERA configuration. Kasi yung presentation nyo po kanina, yung mentioning about the disabling phone, yung pag-disable ng phone, pag-disable ng call, including yung binigay mong sagot sa Region 10 yata yon, yung analog to digital compatibility. Nasa configuration po kasi lahat yan. Hindi po namin magagalaw si Hitera dito sa region kung meron pong gustong mag-combine, yung i-combine yung analog tsaka digital. Kaya yun po na na-erase ko po yung comment. Apo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, if doon sa kung sa terminal talaga, sir, if you want to talk po doon sa analog, kailangan may access doon sa configuration na yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung pangalawang option na you need to turn yung yung channel knobs para pumunta sa digital. So yun po yung kailangan ng na ma-access yung radio. Pero kung if for example po yung isang option is without turning yung knob, let's say channel 1 local, at gusto nating papasukin yung analog, so no need po na i-access yung yung radio. So separate kasi na yun, sir, yung back to back na sinasabi ko is separate siya na unit, tapos doon i-configure natin po yung yung analog at digital para pumasok dun sa pinaka-system.
Sige po. Thank you po.
Yes,
Suggestion na lang po sa sa ICTD na kung pwede po kahit isang tao lang or isang mag-ooperate lang sa mobile repeater natin na makakaalam kung paano pasukin yung configuration para naman in case po dito sa region meron pong isang tao na pwede. Yun na po yung suggestion ko.
Okay, sir.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Rod. We have other questions po from OCD6, from Sir Rogen. Pwede na po bang ma-extend pa sana yung coverage kasi daw sa Region 6, 2 to 3 kilometers lang. May new configuration daw po ba sa program ng repeater at ng mga handset na pwedeng gawin?
Actually, pagdating po kasi sa configuration, it's more on doon sa sa pagse-set po ng frequency, pagse-set ng talk group. Pero yung coverage po and ang related lang po doon sa configuration na makapag-extend ng coverage is yung yung transmit power nung terminals natin at saka nung repeater. But I think nakalagay na po doon yung naka-configure na yung maximum transmit power doon sa mga terminal. So ang nakita ko po na to extend kasi ang normally pag 20 yung repeater kasi natin is 20 watts. So meaning ang kaya niyang lumayo hanggang more than 20 or even 30 kilometers. Depende po doon sa location niya kung gaano kataas yung antena at doon po sa pag-terminate ng mga connectors and cable natin. So yun po yung mga factors na pwedeng tignan para po ma-improve pa yung yung coverage ng repeater.
Ma'am, excuse me po, CWIT po. I believe, Sir Rod, excuse me po. We are doing some troubleshooting din with regards to Region 6. We already, meron na initial engagement yung service provider natin doon. And I think may i-continue pa nila yung troubleshooting. Kaantay lang sila ng usual acceptable schedule sa OCD 6 and also sa service provider natin. Tama ba, Gary?
Yes, sir. May gagawin pa ata sila doon na group yung I don't know kung na-check na ata nila yung regarding sa crimping ng connectors natin.
Oo, sir. Sir. Na-check na yun, sir, ni Sir William. Sir William yung pumupunta, sir, yung mga cables, yung mga sa crimping na sabi ni sir kanina. Na-check naman, sir, pero yun nga, sir.
Sir, ang last concern ni anyway, sir, makikipag-coordinate ulit kami dun sa service provider namin si Sir Sir William,
Sir
kung ano
William.
yung recommendation niya na dapat natin gawin para to maximize yung potential ng ng equipment na nasa inyo, sir. So ang last na sabi na, sir, nag-aantay siya ng schedule niyo, or ayun, nag-aantay ng schedule niya. I-verify na lang po namin, sir. And we will get back to you, sir. Sir Roger.
Sige po, sir. Pero anyway, sir, yung last time namin kasi, sir, yun yung last time na nag-check kami is, yung sabi niya is, erase niya na daw sa inyo kung ano yung mga nakita niya. Yun lang.
Carmen na ba?
Anytime naman kasi, sir, tumatawag lang yan kung gusto niya napuntahan namin yung
Sige po, sir, coordinate po na, tawagan namin siya within today, and then mag-come up kami, sir, ng date.
Sige, sir.
Gar, pasuyo na lang later.
Okay, tawagan ko siya mamaya.
Thank you, sir.
Sige, sir. Thank you din po.
Alright, pero din po tayo from Sir JL, again, from OCD4A. Kung down po ang internet or network, simplex na lang po si Hytera. We believe yes po. Tama po ba yun, Sir Rod?
Tama, ma'am. Tama po. Simplex.
Simplex. Yes, alright. Another one from OCD Region 11, Sir Mark. Pwede ba i-cross-link ang DMR with Zello app?
Actually, we tried to coordinate with Zello before, pero kasi to cross-link po kailangan yung configuration nila or some of their APIs. So, ayun po, as long as ma-provide po nung Zello yung mga API to cross-link, ayun po, pwede naman. Ayun.
May additional din po si Sir JL. Sa Calabarzon po kasi, hindi daw po nila ma-set up ang telescopic antenna. Wala daw po silang paglalagyan and it consumes space. Ano po bang pwede nating alternative? Kasi masisira daw po yung unit kapag walang antenna.
Tama po. Ayun po, to answer po yung question is kanina po pwede po bang i-share po yung screen para mas mabilis ko pong mai-discuss yung setup po, Ma'am Arlene. Share lang ako nung yung isang slide kanina.
Sige, sir.
Ayun. Ito po yung dalawang, so nakita po yung screen. Ito po yung dalawang setup. So ang meron pong ginagamit ng OCD ngayon is ito po yung telescopic at saka yung high gain antenna. So pwede rin po yung ganitong setup, yung whip antenna plus yung magnetic. Ayan, and yun po, siguro mga 3 meters or even 5 meters na cable papunta po sa antenna, and then okay na po yun. Pwede pong magamit kung dyan lang sa office or pwede nyong dalhin sa mataas na lugar, and then malaki yung niya, walang obstruction, so pwede rin po yun. Yun po.
Sir, from Region 10, kasi nagko-conduct po kami ng radio check. From Region 10 to Central Office, okay yung 9. Pero if Central to Region, hindi po marinig, question ni Region 10, ano daw po kaya ang problem?
Okay, wait po. Yung Region 10 po ang hindi makarinig?
Yes, sir.
Region 10. Pero pag sila po yung nagsasalita, papunta sa HQ, okay. Balik is hindi sila marinig. So either yung channel kaya nila is nasa region, or kasi pwede rin po kasi or sa simplex. Meaning, for example, pag nag-transmit kasi sila, yung frequency ng repeater is pumapasok siya. But pagka nag-transmit po yung repeater is, tawag nito, iba yung frequency dun sa simplex. So isa po yun na dahilan. Or kung nasa tama man sila, nasa tamang frequency or nasa tamang talk group, maaring sa ano po dun sa pero pare-parehas naman po kasi ng programming eh.
Sir, maaari sa ano sir, baka sa internet connectivity. Parang based dun sa testing ko rin kasi dito sa office, we tried several types of internet connection, like yung existing internet namin dito, well, na transparent. Yung internet provider kasi sir, for other group, hindi na natin yun din yung challenge eh. Parang may certain na nabablock yung ating incoming. So may isang repeater dito na I do usually simulate, like for example sa araw gumawa ako ng connectivity na gamit ko SIM card for 4G. Wala ka ba to ako sa central, but yung balik return is nawawala. So parang sa tingin ko is somehow connected dun sa pabalik return channel na sa internet, not actually with the radios eh. Kasi usually yun naman, niloload ko lang din naman yung mga configurations ng radio and repeaters, same simulations na kung ano yung scenario ng ating regionals. So yun yung nagiging nakikita kong isang parang nagiging parang may nagbablock or siguro may firewall sa ISP na yun yung nakikita kong problem.
Probably Sir Emmanuel and also from We Are IT and Hytera, pwede siguro po tayong mag-organize ng pwede nating mapuntahan or para ma-troubleshoot pa. Kasi this has been ongoing, I believe. Right, Sir Archie? Yes, i-organize po natin yan for further coordination po. Let's see for other questions po. From OCD Plaza.
Wait lang,
Yes, sir.
sir. Ay, ma'am. Sirs, just to adopt lang po dun sa antenna natin, siyempre, as per technical support ng technical support ng We Are IT. Kasi dapat talaga mayroon tayong whip antenna na ilalagay. For that po, mayroon po kaming continuous coordination with We Are IT. Yun na po, awaiting na lang po tayo sa ibibigay nilang whip antenna na ibibigay po sa atin at i-deliver po natin sa mga regional officer. Just for info lang po sa mga regional office natin.
Sir, naka-order na po yun. We are waiting na lang po for the manufacturing and delivery. At tagalan lang po yung approval. So, pasensya na, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Pet.
From OCD, we wanted to know the signal range ng whip antenna.
Yung whip antenna po isang capable naman po siya to transmit po yung 20 watts. So as long as mataas po yung yung location niya, it can realize po yung up to 20 or 30 kilometers po. Depende po doon sa taas po nung paglalagyan natin ng repeater. Ayun po. And of course, ang nga lang nito, ang disadvantage niya versus dito po sa high gain antenna is mas yung gain niya. Meaning, kapag malayo na yung terminal, let's say mga 30 kilometer or 40 or even 20 kilometer, mas less sensitive po yung yung whip antenna kasi mas konti yung gain niya. So yun po yung yung disadvantage po nung whip antenna. But for example, for 5 kilometers, then as long as mataas po at open yung pinaglagyan natin, ayun, kaya pong i-realize.
Alright. We can see here, marami pa po tayong questions na naka-line up. We'll be noting this one and we can go back to the questions probably after lunch. Baka nagugutom na po ang ating mga participants. So we'll have 1 hour lunch and then we'll resume po for 1 p.m. at 1 p.m. Agree po ba tayo doon? Okay lang po ba? Lunch muna tayo.
Opo.
Sige po, kain po muna tayo and then we'll continue. Meron po tayong several topics for
Virtual
emergency
lunch.
equipment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So for this part, Ms. Natalie Moran will show the parts of Cisco IP phone and how does it work. Thank you.
Hello po, good afternoon po. Good afternoon everyone. I'm Natalie Moron po from ICTD, and I will discuss to you the parts of BOIP phones. First is the Cisco IP phone model 3905, which currently being utilized by the regional offices. First is the settings. This is where you can edit your ringtone, wallpaper, etc. Also, this is where the admin setting and network setting located, where you can edit the IP addresses, gateways, default router, subnet mask, and TFTP server. Next is the volume. This button is used to minimize and maximize the volume of the phone. Next is the speaker phone. This allows the user to multitask, wherein you do not need to hold the handset while talking. Next is the hold or resume button. This is a button where you can hold your call while having a conversation to the other line. Next is the redial button. This allows the user to dial the last local number called. Next is the back button. It allows you to return to the previous menu. Next, mute key, used to mute the microphone. Navigation bar, it allows you to scroll through menus and highlight item. The select button at the middle allows you to select the highlighted items. Next is the transfer key. It allows you to send the caller to another's user phone. Next model is the Cisco IP phone model 7821, which is currently being utilized by the central office key officials. Same with the 3905 Cisco phone, they have the same button except of the following additional features. The handset and handset light strip. It indicates whether you have an incoming call. Next is the programmable features buttons and line button. This is where you can access your phone lines, features, and call sessions. Next is soft key buttons. This is where you can access functions and services. And lastly, the conference button. This is where you can create conference call. Next is the Cisco IP phone model 8845, which is also currently being utilized by the central office. Same with the Cisco 7821. They have the same features and buttons, except for having a camera and speed dial. So this is the back view of the VoIP. First is the DC adapter port. Next is the AC to DC power supply, AC power wall connection, network port connection power enabled. Ito po yung ginagamit natin since power over Ethernet po yung VoIP natin. Next is the access port, and lastly the handset connection. So how does it work? So this is the network diagram of our VoIP phones. VoIP phones allows us to make voice calls using a dedicated line through an internet service provider or ISP instead of a regular phone line. As shown in the network diagram of how the VoIP phone works, it allows the voice data packets to travel between endpoints over an internet protocol network to upstream services accessible via one or more IP addresses. OCD has procured a collaboration server to provide a stable, versatile, and flexible solution to satisfy the requirements for telephony, video conferencing, and the likes. This is where the resources and tools are centralized with the aim of facilitating communication and personal interaction. So with the use of collaboration server, we integrate voice, video, data, and mobility products and applications. This is where the network administrator monitors the real-time session of communications equipment such as the SX80, SX10, and the VoIP phones, which is being utilized by our agency. It enables more effective and secure communications. This is what we call the Cisco Unified Communications Manager. Dito po natin na monitor if yung equipment is naka-down or naka-up po siya. Yung SX10 is for central office. Yung, I mean SX80. Yung SX10 po is for the 17 regional offices. Ay, nawala. Wait lang po. Paano mababalik sa presentation? OCD has also implemented the leased line connectivity or the private network to connect the communications equipment of OCD central office to the 17 regional offices such as the SX80, SX10, and VoIP phones. It is a service contract between the PLDT and OCD. It ensures data flow from one point to another for a fixed monthly rate. Currently, PLDT upgraded the bandwidth rate of leased line connection for central and regional offices free or charge from 30 Mbps to 100 Mbps and for 4 Mbps to 8 Mbps respectively. So, with the help of pag-upgrade ng bandwidth ng PLDT, mas magiging stable ang connections natin using the communications equipment. That's all po. Thank you.
Di pa, teka lang. In addition for that presentation, we would also like to show the status of all regional offices VoIP phone po. So here, meron pa yung mga naka-highlight po ng yellow ay hindi pa po siya naka-up since may mga ongoing pa kaming troubleshooting with the IT focal persons. So ito pong mga naka-up, na testing naman na po natin ito sa na-testing po natin ito na tawagan isa-isa via VoIP phone na nandito sa aming office po. So right now, we are doing our best po na mai-up po ito lahat. Hopefully, sana mai-up ito within this month po. Thank you. Also, we will be sending the updated directory po nung lahat po, including yung offices po in the central offices. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Rose and Natalie Moron. Now, we will be entertaining some questions. Meron po tayo from OCD Caraga, from Sir John. Minimum bandwidth requirement for VoIP.
From recent connections po, the minimum is at 4 Mbps. And with the initiative of PLDT, dinagdagan po nila ang ating bandwidth free of charge po. Pero by using the 4 Mbps, so far, smooth naman po yung ating previous mga coordination po and ating communication. Thank you po.
Any further questions pa po from our participants? Okay, from OCD4A, from Sir JL. May cases po kami sa Calabarzon na natawag kami sa OCD services. Dinig namin sila pero hindi kami rinig po. Example, CBTS, HRGST. Pero sa OPSEN and ICTD, okay naman po.
Hello po, Sir JL. Regarding po dun sa concern nyo, na-try ko po siyang i-check last time sa admin building. Sa ngayon po, chine-check pa po namin if yung equipment or sa CUCM or Cisco Unified Communications Manager lang po yung problema.
All right, Sir Mark, same din po for Region 11. So that's the explanation po sa inyong concern. Any other concerns pa po? Any other questions pa po before we move on to the next topic? Okay po. So that's it for the Voice over Internet Protocol or VoIP phones. Now, next topics po natin is from I1 Resources. We have invited to discuss satellite phones and very small aperture terminal or VSAT. We have the sales manager or country manager from Inmarsat Global Incorporated, Sir Oscar Lizardo.
Hi everyone, naririnig niyo po ako? Hello?
Loud and clear, sir. Loud and clear po.
Okay, thank you. Hi everybody. Again, I'm Oscar Lizardo from Inmarsat. Kasama niyo po ako dyan dati sa OCD. Pero ako po ay lumipat na ng industriya. Pero malapit pa rin ang aking puso sa disaster response. Kaya ito po ako na patuloy na nakakasama niyo. Ngayon, ang aking pag-uusapan ngayong araw is about satellite communications. We'll focus ang focus po natin ay ang ano muna. Mahina ba? Hello?
Sir, okay lang po, sir. Okay lang po.
Sige. Arlene, malakas ba sa inyo?
Hawakan mo lang ako, ganyan. Kanina pag binitawan mo mahina.
Yes, sir. Sige po.
Kilala ko yung boses na yan. Si Amy ba yun? Sige, I think yun, sinishare na nila yung screen. So, we'll start with Louie, next slide please. Sige, just a brief background tungkol sa Inmarsat, kung ano kami, anong ginagawa namin. Inmarsat is a satellite communications company based out of London, United Kingdom. We have offices all over the world. Tapos, Inmarsat stands for International Maritime Satellite because dahil po nung mga 1970s, ang isa lang po yung sineserbisyo namin, yung dagat lang po, yung mga barkong lumalayag in open waters. Kasi doon po ay wala talagang communication. Ngayon po, as the years progressed, lumaki po ng lumaki operations namin. So now we encompass land, sea, and air. Tsaka yung amin pong serbisyo ay specialized towards mobile satellite communications. So Kami po ay madalas ginagamit ng military, emergency responders, or anybody that's on the go. Yung nangangailangan po, yung kumbaga ang kailangan po nilang system ng mga satellites ay yung highly mobile and highly portable. So nagsispecialize po kami doon and we are unmatched all over the world pagdating po dyan. We have a global coverage, so buong mundo po ay may coverage ng Inmarsat. Tapos we have we operate in several frequencies, in L-band, in Ka-band, in X-band, and Ku-band. At we originally started with safety in mind, no? So up until very recently, at siguro mga 2015, 100% ng safety at sea communications is Inmarsat yung ginagamit. We are also a very highly secure network. We have the highest security rating pagdating sa mga network natin, and yung reach natin ay global. Next slide please. So that's just yan lang po yung itsura ng fleet, yung constellation of satellites namin. So it covers all the entire globe, including yung polar caps natin, specifically yung nasa north. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Carry on po.
Next slide po, Arlene? Yan. So we operate two networks, no? So one is yung L-band network namin. Dito kami nagsimula at first. So kung kayo, ang iba pong, alam ko po ang ibang ahensya ay may BGAN. Alam ko po meron yan sa central office. BGAN stands for Broadband Global Area Network. Yan po ay tumatakbo sa L-band network natin. So in terms of mission critical communications, dyan dumadaan yung mga communications. Next slide. At ito yung bago natin, yung GX, yung Global Express. Ito naman, because of nagbabago na yung mga requirements ng mundo natin, mas malaki na yung ating mga data requirements, gumawa po kami ng bagong network using different set of constellation of satellites, which is the Global Express. Ito po, it has a capacity to reach up to 8 Mbps na speed. It can go higher than that. And also this one has coverage all over the world and it's specialized in mobility. So kung meron kayong communications na gusto nyo ilagay sa kotse, sa barko, sa aeroplano, o yung mga flyaway na gusto nyong mabilis lang i-operate, Global Express po yung ginagamit na network natin. Next slide please. So that's Inmarsat in a nutshell for all of us. And just bibigyan ko lang po kayo ng maliit na overview kung ano yung ipepresenta ko sa inyong araw. Of course, first question, why satellites? No, why satellite and what are satellites? So first and foremost, bakit natin kailangan gamitin to at paano ito nakakatulong sa atin? Ano yung requirements dyan sa OCD based at least referring to satellite communications, your emergency communications requirements? Ano yung inyong current solution na hawak nyo? And how to use yung current solutions nyo? And also yung mga potential uses ng existing nyo na gamit. So you'll have a better idea kung paano siya ginagamit. Next slide please. So let's start with the basics, no? Ano yung satellite? In astronomical terms, a satellite is a celestial body that orbits around a planet. So isang magandang example dyan ay yung buwan, no? Ang buwan po is considered a satellite. However, in aerospace terms, a satellite is a space vehicle that orbits around the Earth or another planet. Ito po yung mga dito tayo pamilyar o napapanood natin sa TV. Marami po klaseng satellites, merong imaging satellites, merong mga, of course, isa na doon yung communication satellites, meron tayong mga remote sensing satellites, yung mga GPS natin, yung mga global positioning satellites, yung kung para po sa Waze, lahat po yon satellites. Specifically in this particular presentation, we're talking about communication satellite, no? So a communication satellite is a microwave repeater in space that consists of a combination of one or more components. So nandito yung transmitters, receivers, multiplexers, etc., etc., etc. Think of it as ano lang siya. Siya lang po ay parang repeater, pero instead of being on land, ito po ay nasa space, no? Next slide, please. So of course, may advantages and disadvantages ng satellites. First of all, the disadvantages is building and launching satellites. Mahal po yan, no? Siguro to launch and build a satellite takes a tremendously long time. Planning yan is 5 years, will cost in the billions of dollars. Although because of Elon Musk, dahil kay Elon Musk, dahan-dahang nagmumura yon. But by no means conventionally is it cheap, no? Pag nasira ang satellite, hindi mo na maayos yon, no? Kaya importante na exact science, exact engineering ang paggawa ng satellite at may limited lifespan yan. Another one is yung propagation delay. Dahil nga po malayo yung satellite, ang pinakamagandang example niyan ay halimbawa kayo ay nag-internet using satellite connection. Pag press nyo ng enter, hindi mo siya kaagad makikita yung result. It will take 1 second in order for it to send yung signal to a satellite and then 1 second back. So meron kang delay ng mga 2 seconds. Tapos ito pa yung isa niyang disadvantage, it is affected by rain, no? Pag umuulan po, mas mahina po pero ito depende po ito sa frequency na ginagamit nyo. Pag L-band, because it's very low on the frequency range, it's resistant to rain fade. Ibig sabihin, kahit na malakas yung ulan, ay kaya niyang i-penetrate. Yung nasa higher range ng spectrum, yun, medyo nahihirapan na siya. But technology is slowly catching up para po circumvent itong particular physical limitation po ng rain fade. Next slide, please. Ito naman po yung advantages niya. The coverage area greatly exceeds that of a land-based system. So halimbawa tayo po dito, if you'll notice, ang telcos kailangan nilang magtayo ng maraming towers para po lahat po nung buong network na makapag-communicate sa isa't isa. Inmarsat, for example, sa dalawang satellites na nakaharap dito po sa Pilipinas, dalawang satellites na lang yung nakaharap dito, pero covered niya na po ang buong Pilipinas, pati yung mga lupa at dagat natin na sasagip po ng signal na yun. So, kahit saan po kayo sa Pilipinas ay pwede nyo magamit. Relatedly, it can also provide coverage doon sa mga hindi kaya ng mga local telcos natin, such as the oceans and the sky. Bakit? Kasi, for example, ang telco, pag hindi po financially viable ang isang lugar, hindi po nila tatayuan ng satellite communications. Or let's say there's a high risk for natural hazards, natamaan yun, hindi sila magtatayo doon. Kung merong armed conflict sa lugar na yon, ay magdadalawang isip din sila kasi sinasabotahe yung kanilang network or yung towers na doon. But because satellite ay again nasa space, hindi siya basta-bastang affected ng mga limitations ng land-based or terrestrial communications. And most importantly and most relatable to you guys, as hindi siya affected by natural disasters. Bakit? Kasi po yung repeater nyo ay nasa space. So hindi po siya tinatamaan nun. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, I think everyone all over the world, at hindi lang tayo dito sa Pilipinas, in very large-scale disasters, you are only left with one kind of communications. Well, not one, but one of the most effective is yung satellite communications. But by the way, just going back dun sa disadvantages, hindi ko lang the point I was trying to make there is mahal mag-launch at mag-maintain ng satellites. And because of that, yung cost din ng satellites is very expensive. So yung subscription cost is very high compared to Globe or Smart, for example. So yun yung disadvantage niya. But in the absence of communication, this is the only form of communication you can have. Alam naman natin na anong tawag nito? We know na what was trying to say. Oh yeah. usually pag may malakas sa bagyo, katulad ng Yolanda, fina-flatten niya yung isang lugar. Ngayon, dahil nga resistant ang satellite communications doon, hindi niya basta-bastang nasisira yon. In fact, hindi niya na-affect at all. And many responders all over the world use satellite communications as part of their emergency communication solution. Next slide, please. And by the hindi lang to because of hindi lang mga large scale disasters yung na useful lang useful lang mga satellite communications. Even in small scale disasters, napuputol din yung mga communication lines natin. So it's very, very important na meron tayong backup communications like what was discussed earlier, mga radios and satellite communications. Next slide. So how are communication satellite used? I felt the need to insert this here kasi tuwing sinasabi ko po ay ako po ay nasa satellite communications industry. Ang lagi pong sagot sa akin ay anong klaseng satellite phone ang hawak ko. Hindi lang po yun yung use ng satellite communications. Pwede mo siyang gamitin for, of course, voice, internet, remote activity. Ibig sabihin, halimbawa, meron ka mga minomonitor ng mga maganda example dyan is yung mga rain gauges natin tsaka mga river level sensors na hindi covered ng telcos. Satcoms po yung gamit nun. Of course, sa broadcasting, meron tayong mga cable services that uses satellite communications. Maritime and aviation connectivity, dahil wala pong infrastructure sa dagat at sa langit, ay satellite communication yung ginagamit. Telemedicine, and of course, disaster response. Tapos maraming klaseng satellite services. You have fixed satellite services. Yung mga fixed satellite, ito po yung nakikita nyong kinakabit sa taas ng mga gusali. Fixed siya, dahil oras na sinetap nyo siya, hindi nyo na siya po siyang pwedeng galawin. Similarly, yung broadcast service satellites, ito po yung mga TV and radio yung satellite TV and satellite radio. Yan po example ng broadcast service satellites. And this, as emergency responders and disaster risk reduction officers, this is where you fall. Mobile satellite service. Kasi you don't know when the next disaster is going to hit, so you need mobility. No? Next slide, please. So ano yung mga nyo? So in the course of since 2018 or maybe 2019, nag-uusap na with OCD, ano ba yung mga communications requirements nyo dyan? No? So ito po yung mga napag-usapan namin. First of all, kailangan nyo ng highly portable and highly mobile na VSAT terminal. Gusto nyo yung easy to assemble kasi hindi ho lahat ng communications engineers ay ng mga nasa regional offices. No? Plus, another thing you need to worry about pagdating sa satellite communications, yung mga terminals on the ground, ay kailangan yung iharap yan doon sa satellite, doon sa lupa. Hindi po madaling hindi po madaling proseso yon, no? Therefore, you require an auto-pointing or auto-acquiring VSAT with little engineering skills needed. In a nutshell, gusto nyo i-assemble tapos siya na bahala lahat, no? Kailangan nyo ng high bandwidth because you need to accommodate multiple users. Let's say nasa EOC po kayo or nasa Incident Command Post, iba-ibang ahensya po yung gumagamit ng internet dyan, so kailangan mataas yung bandwidth. So hindi pa pwede yung L-band network lang kung saan ang maximum bandwidth nyo is 490 kbps. At dahil sa dami ng mga users na yon, you need unlimited data. Kailangan wala kayong data cap. Another one is flexibility in usage. Bakit? Kasi hindi kayo pwede doon sa mga traditional satellite communication subscription plans kung saan magbabayad kayo monthly. There will be months kung saan po hindi kayo hindi nyo gagamitin yung satellite terminal na yon. So kailangan nyo ng flexibility. And it needs to be compatible with your radio over IP systems, saka yung mga VoIP, and also compatible dun sa sa mga UAVs saka mga drones nyo. Next slide, please. That's why we came up with the solution, no? So in current emergency communication solutions nyo, ay meron kayong mga sat phones, saka meron kayo nung high-speed na VSAT terminal natin, which is ito yung nasa kanan. That's Explorer 5075. Yung mga bago nyong parating is yung mas bagong version, which is the Explorer 6075. So just to talk a little bit more about the sat phone. Next slide, please. So yan. So yung iSat Phone 2 ni Inmarsat, yan po yung meron nyo. So yan yung specs niya. May 8 hours talk time siya, 160 hours on standby, etc. 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 Ang masasabi ko lang dyan ay, first of all, waterproof siya. Hindi nyo po siya pwedeng ilublob sa tubig, pero pwede po siyang maulanan. Reliable po yung network na ginagamit niyan, highly resistant to rainfall. At saka, meron siyang kahit nakababa yung antena niya, you can still receive inbound calls. No? Next slide. Sa palagay ko, may ata kayo, may nakahanda ata si OCD na sample video kung paano ginagamit yung sat phone. So, Arlene, Louie, ko to sa inyo. Ibigay ko sa inyo.
Sir, for a while lang po, medyo nagkaroon ng technical problem sa... Give us 5 minutes po. Thank you.
Habang hinihintay natin, meron bang questions or clarifications tungkol dun sa existing sa sat phones?
Sir Oscar, if I may. Sir, sagutin ko lang po yung query nila Region 4A regarding po sa PhilComSat na VSAT nila.
Wala po ako narinig na query sa from 4A.
Sir JL?
Yes, Sir Archie.
Yes, sir. Regarding po kasi sa PhilComSat na VSAT nila, actually po, we have coordinated po sa PhilComSat last year pa po. And according to their focal person po si Attorney Pio Seva, hiningi po nila sa amin yung mga address ng mga regional office. So binigay naman po natin na knowing na po, yun nga po, as per PhilComSat, kukunin na daw nila yung mga naiwan na VSAT sa mga regional office for pull out. So nalaman ko na lang po nitong 2021 na wala po palang action na nangyari. So nag-call po ito ko nitong June kay Attorney Seba, yung representative ng PhilComSat, na kung pwede i-follow up yung yung pag-pull out ng mga visa sa regional office. Nag-okay naman po sila, Sir JL. Kaso po problema, wala pa rin po atang nangyayari kahit po dito sa central officer, hindi pa rin po nila kinukuha. Anyway, sir, kukontakin ko po ulit si PhilComSat, sir, to follow up ulit yung pull out ng mga visa na yan. Thank you, sir.
Sir Archie, bali yung amin po, yung box namin, binaklas na namin para magamit namin yung space. So nakatago lang siya sa stock room. Yan lang po, sir, for info po.
Yes, sir. Sinabihan ko kay sir si attorney na talagang na, yung kahit si Region 1 po, ganun din po ang concern nila. Kasi lilipat na po sila ng building. Nag-okay naman po sila kahit through email, pero wala po action na nangyayari. So, follow up po rin namin, sir. Thank you, sir, sa sa concern po na. Follow up po namin. Sir Oscar, continue daw yung video.
Kayo po yung may control ng video. Yan.
So ito po ay ituturo ko po sa inyo, i-demo kung paano po gamitin itong satellite phone po natin.
Unang-una po, turn on po natin. Tiklo po muna nitong antenna pula. Turn on po natin. Tapos kung napapansin po ninyo, mayroong pong lumabas na deploy for satellite service. So itataas po lang po natin itong antenna. Ayan. Yan, kung nakikita po ninyo, mayroong pong searching satellite. So kung napapansin po ninyo, mayroong bar. Ayan. Ayan, at kung nakikita po ninyo, ready for service. So bago po natin gamitin, check po muna natin yung balance, no? Ta-type lang po natin yung asterisk 106 para po malaman natin kung ilan na po yung load balance po natin. Ayan po, kung nakikita po ninyo, meron po tayong 499.4 units. Ano po yan? Dollar po yan. Hindi po yan na piso. Dollar po yan. So, ayan. So, exit po natin. So, ngayon, susubukan po nating gamitin itong satellite phone. Tatawagan naman po natin. Cellphone po yung tatawagan natin. So, sa pag-dial po, uunahin po natin, make sure po natin, for example po, pagda-dial po kayo ng Pilipinas, ita-type nyo po una yung country code. No, kahit sa ang bansa, unahin nyo po i-type yung country code po. Ayan, so, susubukan ko po tawagan itong cellphone ko. Type ko lang po yung plus 639886217. Tapos dial po natin. Medyo matagal-tagal lang po ng konti. Nagre-ring na po siya pero delay po. So, meron pong lumabas, temporary network unavailable. So, re-redial na lang po natin. Kasi medyo makapal-kapal po yung ulap, kaya hindi po sa gaanong makasagap ng maayos na signal.
Archie, nag-stop yung video niya.
Yes sir, inaayos na po dito sir. Nag-lag na naman yung bawal, sir.
So ito po ituturo ko po sa inyo i-demo kung paano po gamitin itong satellite. Medyo anong makasagap ng maayos na signal. Ayan po kung nakikita po ninyo, yan po yung satellite po natin, yung UIC ICTD sat phone. Ayan po. Okay, kakancel na po natin. Ayan. Tapos po kanina kung meron po tayong 499 units na load, so susubukan po natin ulit na i-dial, i-balance kung magkano na po yung naibawas sa load po natin. So yun po, pag hindi pa pala na sinagot yung tawag na yun, wala po siyang bawas. So ngayon po, susubukan po natin na tatawagan na sat phone to sat phone po. Kailangan po yung number ng ibang sat phone nakapunbok po dito. Pero po i-dial ko na lang po para malaman ko paano siya i-dial. So doon kasi sa SIM card, itong sat phone number natin, wala pong plus, so need natin na nalagyan ng plus sign. So plus sign 870776565. So dadial na po natin. Denial yung number, ganun din po ang lagay natin pag nag-send po tayo ng message through text. Plus country code din po ang una natin ilagay. So ayan po, kung nakikita po ninyo, ayan po yung sat po natin na tinatawagan, so pasasagot po natin sa kabila. Sige Tom, sagutin mo. Loudspeak mo, loudspeak. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello? Ayan po, medyo nag-feedback lang kasi po dalawang sat phone po yung makadikit. Saka po meron po tayong. So ngayon po, babalance po natin ulit kung ilan na po yung na bawas sa load. Again po, dadial po natin ulit yung asterisk 106 tapos tayo number. Ayan. So ang nabawas lang po is 0.1. So kanina po is ano po yan, 499.04. So 0.1 units. Saglit lang po kasi yan eh. So yun po, na-test na po natin. Na-demo natin kung paano natin gamitin itong satellite phone po natin. Isa sa backup communications ng OCD. And then malaking tulong po ito pagka nagkaroon ng kalamidad kasi itong sat phone na ito ay na-test o nasubukan na natin sa Catanduanes, ano. Maraming mga residente na gustong tumawag sa kanilang mga pamilya, lalo na dun sa abroad. Kaya malaking tulong po talaga ito at natutuwa sila kasi natawag sila, nakamusta sila ng mga relatives nila through satellite phone po. So, yun lang po, maraming salamat po.
Okay, yun po yung yun po yung ating sat phones. Ngayon, pagdating naman sa pagdating doon sa inyong kay internet connectivity na requirements, ito naman po yung solution na ibigay natin. Remember, yung kailangan na yung easy to assemble, yung highly portable, tsaka hindi naman ganong kamahalan. Kasi po si Inmarsat, marami siyang terminals na maraming gumagawa ng terminals para sa Inmarsat. At katulad ng GetSat, Boeing, Harris, Paradigm, lahat po yan ay gumagawa ng satellite ng mga VSAT terminals para sa amin. Pero ito po yung pinaka cost effective, tsaka pasok doon sa requirements nyo, which is easy to assemble and highly portable. Mamaya, sa palagay ko, pagkatapos po nung ang aking buong presentasyon ay ipapakita sa iyo yung video kung paano ina-assemble ito at paano siya kumukonekta sa internet. Auto-pointing at auto-acquire, kasi hindi po kagaya ng mga traditional nyo na VSAT kung saan mano-mano nyo pong iaharap yung satellite dish doon sa satellite mismo, ay ito, with the push of a button, siya na maghanap ng signal, siya na rin yung mag-acquire nung tinatawag na handshake. Ibig sabihin, hanap niya yung signal, siya na rin yung mag-lock ng signal na yon. So, yan yung pinaka-main advantage ng terminal na ito. No? Plus, yung airtime yung ginagamit is 4 Mbps, up and down, tsaka unlimited data po yan. No? Yung 4 Mbps, tested na po yan na up more than 10 users yung pwede gumamit yan all at the same time. Saka unlimited po yung data niyan. So kahit mag-YouTube po kayo, ay pwede. Dahil wala tayong data cap. Ano po yan? Yung kanyang data is counted on 24-hour basis at global coverage. Ngayon, bakit importante yung global coverage? Kasi at some point in time, baka mahanap nyo yung sarili nyo na mautusang mag-respond sa isang sakuna, sabihin na natin sa Indonesia. So at least meron kayong communications, yun po ay responsibilidad natin bilang miyembro ng ASEAN at ng under the AHA Center. So kailangan po na may ganito tayong mga capabilities. So not just for the Philippines but internationally as well. No? Next slide po. Sige, next slide. Ito, just since I'll open the floor later for questions para dun sa both sa SatPhone tsaka sa VSAT. Just some additional tips kung paano nyo siya ma-deploy. No? Halimbawa, kayo po ay nabigyan ito sa regional office. First of all, pinaka-importante yung line of sight. When you, with both the VSAT tsaka yung sa SatPhone, siguraduhin nyo mo lagi meron kayong line of sight. No? The SatPhones, I know it sounds obvious, pero you'll find people talaga na na gumagamit ng SatPhones indoors at doon nila malalaman na hindi gumagana yon, no? Hanggat may nakaharang po between the signal ng satellite at ng SatPhones, hindi po gagana yan. So always make sure you're in an open area. And when using VSAT, yung VSAT naman, position it at the highest possible location. Pinakamaganda lagi niyan ay yung nasa rooftop, no? Ang kagandahan kay Inmarsat ay for both the SatPhones tsaka sa VSAT, apat po yung satellites na nakaharap dito sa Philippines. So kahit saan nyo siya iharap, ay makakakuha kayo ng signal. No? Tsaka always scope out the area of operations before setting up. Alamin nyo na kung ano yung sitwasyon doon. Kasi pag yung although this is very unlikely, just an example, halimbawa ay nasa gitna ho kayo ng gubat, ay wala po talagang gagana dyan. No? So always scope it out. Now, just going further with the line of sight question. Next slide, please. Yun. Importante na may line of, kasi sometimes you will find yourself na na it cannot be helped. No? Wala kayong access talaga sa bubong or sa mataas na lugar. So, ang pinakamaganda niyan is hanapin nyo yung satellite kung nasan siya. Next slide, please. No? So, kagaya sinasabi ko, pagdating sa GX network, doon sa VSAT, may dalawang satellites dyan. No? If you can't help but put it on the ground, make sure na iharap nyo siya either east or west. No? Para halimbawa, kasi minsan, nasa operations kayo, tapos may mga puno sa tabi nyo, iharap nyo siya ngayon sa kabila. And vice versa. No? To be more exact, kung kayo ay may dalang compass, ito po yung example, dito nyo siya iharap. No? Sa 100 degrees na southeast, para po yan doon sa satellite natin over the Pacific Ocean or sa 261 degrees southwest, which is sa Indian Ocean naman. But dahil nga yung terminal dala nyo ay auto-pointing, just point it towards the general direction ng west or ng southwest or southeast, siya na ang maghahanap nun. No? So, very little engineering ang needed para ma-operate yung mga terminals na ito. Next slide, please. Tapos ito lang yung mga innovative uses niya. Ngayon you have this system. Malamang baka ang iniisip natin ay magagamit lang natin ito para sa sabihin natin, pag may disaster, saka natin gamitin. Pero marami pa siya, para bigyan lang natin ng communications yung mga boss natin. Marami po siyang potential uses. No? Of course, one is yun, teleconferencing with operation centers doon sa affected area. You'll set up in the area sa kanyo, tapos basically you have a operation center on ground zero. Isa pang pwede niyong paggamit dito is providing the communications with to the affected population. Meron po kayong voice over IP, pwede niyo pong ikabit yun doon sa satellite solution nyo at magagamit na yon ng taong bayan. Ang kagandahan po nito ulit, unlimited yung data, kaya kahit marami pong gumamit, kahit 5 po yung nakasetup na VoIP, magagamit po ito ng taong bayan. Plus, meron kayong mga drones, yung mga UAV sa binili nyo, pwede nyo rin pong i-hook up ito for live feeds, for para mapakita nyo yung disaster area, for real-time situational awareness. In fact, go next slide please. So for example, pinapalipad nyo yung drone nyo, gusto nyo gusto nyo magkaroon ng parang situational picture kung ano na itsura. Ito kaya na to gawin ng mga drones na meron nyo, plus an application you can download on Android. No? You take all those pictures, next slide, tapos siya na magtatahi-tahi mismo. So, makikita nyo na kaagad kung ano yung picture on the ground. So, yan yung the different kinds of uses na pwede yung paggamitan ng satellite communications equipment nyo. So, pwede siyang gamitin for, of course, teleconferencing, live videos using drones, live videos using cell phones, providing communications for the affected population. Marami siyang potential uses. Next slide, please. Ito pa yung mga ibang pwedeng paggamitan. For example, meron tayo ng mga high density population gatherings kagaya ng ano nga ba yung ginagawa dito sa Manila? Yung ating religious event na millions yung sumasali. Dahil pinapatay yung telcos doon, pwede yung gamitin ito. Mga simulation exercises. Halimbawa, meron kayong NSED, gamitin nyo to. Interagency na mga disaster, mga HADR, pwede nyo gamitin ito. Ano pa ba? Yun, mga training exercises. Kung meron kayong mga training courses sa office nyo, pwede nyo rin paggamitan ng SATCOM so everybody's aware paano siya gamitin. Let's say you have programs in remote areas. Halimbawa, pupunta kayo sa kaduluduluhan ng Palawan kung saan hindi na kailangan ng ano. Or halimbawa, pupunta kayong Kalayaan Islands dun sa West Philippine Sea at walang internet doon dahil kailangan yung sabihin natin magpadala ng relief goods. Pwede nyong gamitin ito. Yung mga ASEAN disaster response, useful din siya kasi global yung coverage mo. And so on and so forth. No? Next slide, please. Tapos yun, doon po nagtatapos yung ano ko, yung presentation ko. I'm open to questions if you have any. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. So, Arlene, I give the floor back to you. Salamat.
Thank you, Sir Oscar. Review lang po natin yung mga questions sa ating chat box. Sir Oscar, may nagtatanong. Sir, from OCD5, same din ba to with Ryan, nag-expire din yung SIM kapag di na-top up? I think this is for sat phones?
Yes, malamang for sat phones yan. Yung SIM po hindi si Inmars hindi po nag-i-expire yung SIM, no? Pag halimbawa hindi niyo na top upan, nakahintay lang yan. Yung service provider nyo, pwede nilang lagyan yung kagad ng credits anytime. Saka siguro in addition to that, meron pang mga ibang mga subscription plans na pwede nyo i-explore later on, kagaya ng mga shared corporate access plans. Yun ang ibig sabihin nun. Sabihin natin meron kayong, kunwari lang, 100,000 credits shared by all sat phones. Parang gano'n. So that's one thing you can look at in the future. Para hindi kayo isip na isip kung magta-top up ba kayo o hindi.
Thank you, sir. Another one from OCD Region 9 from Sir Elmer. Geotagging, pwede na po gamitin?
Geotagging. Wala po yung both both systems, wala siyang geotagging, pero lagi siyang naka-geoposition. So, laging alam ng Inmarsat kung nasaan yung mga equipment na yan.
Thank you, Sir Oscar. From OCD Car, Sir Harold. I think this is for us, OCD Central. Who shoulders the purchase of units? Will it be OCD Central or OCD Regional Office?
Sir Harold, that will be OCD Central, sir, for the purchase of units. Thank you, sir.
Archie.
Yes, sir.
Just to add lang dun sa inquiry ni Sir Harold from OCD Car. Hindi lang, sir, yung purchase ng unit po ang pinoprogram ng central office. Same as well with the prepaid, the satellite credits, I mean. So part of our APB development guidance for the portion of our regional offices, although ang programming is at the central office, we would request our regional offices kung gagamitin nyo po yung sat phone ninyo into projected operations. Mabigyan din, sir, kami sa central office ng mga projected po ninyo na utilization para, sir, ma-include po namin sa programming namin sa central. Thank you.
Alright, meron pa po ba tayong further questions? Well, I think thank you, Sir Oscar, for your presentation about the satellite phones and VSAT. Well, lastly, we wanted to show you another video that we have prepared. This is for the assembly of the very small aperture terminal or VSAT. While we are preparing the video po, can we have photo ops po for everyone for the attendees of this activity? Can we turn on our videos po?
Full screen mo muna.
All right po, all cameras on at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Smile! Nakamask pala. Okay, page 2 po. 1, 2, 3. Page 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wait lang,
Okay
ma'am.
na po. Okay, isa pa daw. Sorry yan. Alright po, another pose po. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And we believe ready na po ang ating last video. Sir Louis?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rostam Avila of Communication Technology Section of OSICTV. Today, i-demonstrate natin ang ating VSAT, which stands for Very Small Aperture Terminal, Na-acquire natin itong VSAT noong December 12, 2019, and currently we are utilizing it in various activities sa ating daily operation. Nagko-conduct po tayo ng monthly connectivity and maintenance. Most importantly, atin na po itong na-showcase from the past disaster. Events katulad ng ating deployment sa Catanduanes during Super Typhoon Rolly, kung saan nakapag-provide tayo ng data connectivity para makapag real-time video conference ang provincial ng Catanduanes dito sa atin sa NDRRM Pausi. So yun, start na po tayo kung paano po natin a-assemble ng ating VSAT. So we have here two transit case. Sa left side ko po, naglalaman po siya ng RF assembly and carbon fiber reflector po. And sa right naman po, naglalaman po siya ng antenna positioner and electronic enclosure po. So, sa pag-start po, ang una po natin kukunin is ito pong antenna positioner and electronic enclosure po.
Patin lang sila, ma'am.
So, ito po yung ating antenna positioner and ito po yung ating electronics enclosure. So, kung kukunin na po natin siya sa box, may tama pong pagkuha dito sa ating device na electronic enclosure. So, hawakan po natin siya dito, then dito po sa bottom. So, alogin po natin. So, ito po yung legs ng ating antenna positioner and electronics enclosure po. So, layang po natin sa front. Yan po. So, kung kailangan nyo naman po siya i-label, na-adjust naman po itong legs po ng ating electronic enclosure po. So, ito na po siya. Then, dito naman po, sa pangalawang box na naglalaman po ng RF assembly and carbon fiber reflector po. So, ito po ang ating carbon fiber reflector. Then, ito po yung ating RF assembly. So, ang tamang pagkuha po dito sa ating RF assembly, dito po tayo hawak sa may sub-reflector, then dito po. Kasi pag ginawakan po natin siya dito sa feed horn, mabilis lang po kasi ma-damage to. So, kailangan po natin ingatan. So, dito po yung hawak. Yan, ganun po. So, kung assemble na po natin siya, ilalagay na po natin siya dito sa ating electronic enclosure. So, meron po yung putas po dito. Hole, ito po. Tapos meron po tayo ditong doon po natin ipapasok itong RF assembly natin. So, meron din po siyang lock. Ito po, para malak po natin at hindi po siya matanggal. So, pasok po muna natin. Pasok na po siya. Lock lang po natin dito. Then dito rin po sa kabila. So ito pong ating RF assembly. Ito pong apat na lock na to. Ito po. Dito po natin ilalagay yung ating carbon fiber reflector. Ito po. So meron po tayong apat na carbon fiber po na reflector. So, una po natin ilalagay is dito po sa right bottom po ng ating RF assembly. Ito po. Kunin ko lang po lahat. So ito po ang dito po muna natin siya ilalagay. Unahin natin. So pag nalagay na po natin siya, itong lock na to, i-lock lang po natin agad. Yan po. Yan, para hindi po siya mahulog. Then, the second one po is kung sa baba. Sa left naman po. Sa left, button po. Nyo, meron din po siyang lock dito. So, kailangan lang po natin silang dikit. Yan po. Yan. Ulit natin itong pangalawa. Dito.
Ngayon, dito na po tayo sa pangatlo. Po, sa right, upper naman po. Ito po. Yan. Then back po natin. Tapos, dito na po tayo sa panghapat. So, init po dito. Sorry po.
So yun po. Then, lock po natin. So, meron pa rin pong mga lock yan dito po sa ating carbon reflector. Ito po, yung lock niya. So, lock lang po natin. Dito. Yan po. Tayo po natin siyang tumunog. Yan po.
So, apat po yan. Lahat po sila. Kailangan natin i-lock. Yan. Po. Ito rin po sa baba. Po. Yan.
So ayan po, ganun po ang tamang pagkakabit po dito po sa RF assembly at itong carbon fiber reflector natin. So kabit na po natin yung mga cables po ng ating DSAT. So po tayong tatlong cable po. Ito pong red, ito po yung TX cable. Ito po yung transmit cable natin. Then ito naman pong blue, yung RX cable, stands for receive po siya. Receive cable po. So ito po yung ating BUC power cable na ikakabit po natin dito sa antenna positioner. Papunta po dito sa RF assembly. So start na po tayo. Kabit na po natin to. So dito po sa ating DSAT, may mga taggings naman po. May tagging naman po siya dito. So ito pong si TX. Ito po siya. Ito pong red cable natin. TX po. Kabit lang po natin siya dito sa ating antenna positioner and electronic enclosure. Yan po, papunta po dito po, ito po. Sa ibaba po ng BUC ports po natin. Tapos, ito naman pong blue. Ito po, yung RX cable natin, ating receive cable. Ito naman po siya, may tag naman po siya dito sa RX. Ito po, RX LNB. So, mahirap lang siya ilap. Yan po. Then, dito naman po sa may taas natin siya ilalagay. May mga tags naman po to, may tag name naman po siya kaya hindi po tayo malilito kung saan po natin ikakabit itong mga cable. Yan po. Tapos, ito pong BUC cable natin, meron tayong male at female po. Itong RF assembly, dahil ito po yung port niya, male po siya. So dito tayo sa female naman po. Cable. Dito po. So yan. Yan. Hintayin lang po natin tumunog. Nailak naman po siya. Ito po. Yan po, ito pong bilog, ito pong lock niya, tapos ito po yung dito na po siya malalak, dito po. So, pasok lang po natin siya dito. Tapos, ikot. Ayun po, nalak na po. Then, dito naman po tayo sa baba. Ito po. Ganun din naman po, may lock din po siya. So, mahirap lang to kasi kailangan ipasok natin yung mga pin dito po. Yan po, tumunog na po. Then, pasok na po natin siya dito. Yan po, nalak na. Ayun na po. Nakakabit na po natin yung lahat ng cables. And then, dito po sa ating electronic enclosure, meron po tayong two types ng connectivity. Meron po siyang wireless and LAN connection po. Wired connection. So, ito po ang ating mga LAN cable. Meron po tayong 3 ports. Ito pong LAN 1 is for system configuration po. And then ito po yung ating Wi-Fi module. Important po na wag po natin tatakpan ito kasi ito po yung ating wireless LAN. Then ito po yung power button. So, ito po yung power cable natin. So, kabit na rin po natin yung power cable. Ito po ang ating power cable. Sa power cable po natin, meron po tayong letter dyan, A, B, C, and D. So, makikita naman po natin dito sa loob niya yung, yung tags po nitong 4 pin. So, ito po yung A. So, ang po nasa top. Yan po. Yan po, nahalak na natin siya. So, ito pong electronic enclosure naman po, meron po tayong digital dito. Dito po natin makikita kung ano na po yung status ng ating VSAT. So, itong VSAT natin, auto-pointing naman po siya. Automatic na po siyang nag-i-scan ng signal from satellite po. Siya na po yung mahanap ng ating satellite. So, yun po. And sa VSAT po, once na na-cooperate na po siya, warning lang po, wag po tayong tatapat sa front 2 niya kapag nag-i-scanning na po siya. Kasi baka po mawala po tayo, di na po tayo magkapamilya. Lalo na po sa mga binata at dalaga dyan. Yun po. And then, mamaya po ilalabas namin, dun testing po natin kung paano po siya gumagana. Yun po.
Hello everyone, I'm namin ang ulit, OS ITTC. So ngayon po, dito na tayo sa labas. Dito na tayo sa pit space. So, mapaganahin po natin itong VSAT. Ang importante po, dapat po wala akong makakasagabal sa pagkakawet ng kanyang signal. Like itong mga puno or buildings na makakaharap po sa pagkagap niya ng signal. So, itong VSAT natin, naka-set up na po siya. Ang VSAT natin, i-on na lang po natin. Ito po yung power button niya po. Ito po, on lang po natin. Yan po. Makikita po natin dito sa
digital screen po ng ating VSAT. Meron po dito po natin makikita yung status po ng ating VSAT. So ito pong ating VSAT, naka-configure na po siya po para mag-automatic deploy po. So ayan po, naka-deployed na po siya. So hihintay na lang po natin siya mag-acquire ng signal at maghahanap na po siya ng satellite po na pwede niyang connectan po. So ayun, wait na lang po natin from 10 to 15 minutes po yung pag-acquire niya po ng signal. So yun, wait na lang po natin siya makakuha ng signal po from satellite. So, ayan po, nag-auto scanning na po siya, nag-acquire na po siya ng signal from the satellite po. So, hintayin na lang po natin from 10 to 15 minutes yung paghahanap niya po ng signal. Po, makikita po natin yung digital screen, acquiring signal. Then andito po yung bar. So 4 bars na po siya. So ayan po, automatic yung hahanap ng signal. Mamaya po makikita po natin gagalaw din tong bar pag na po siya, pag nakakita na po siya ng satellite po na pagko-connectan niya po. So ayun po, papakita ko po yung status kapag nakakuha na po ng signal ng ating VSAT. Makikita niyo po rito na acquisition okay na po. And then ito pong bar niya, full bar na po siya. So nakakita niya na po yung satellite, nakakonect na po siya doon. So ngayon, testing po natin, connect ngayon dito po sa ating VSAT po, sa wireless po. Yun po, since nakapag-acquire na po ng signal ng ating VSAT, so try po natin i-connect yung ating laptop. Ito pong laptop na to. So ang file name, ang Wi-Fi name po kasi ng ating wireless po ng ating VSAT is Civil Defense. So try ko pong connect po tayo. Yes. Yun po. Connected na tayo sa ating wireless LAN, dyan po sa ating VSAT. And then, check po natin yung ating speed. Speed test. Ano ba? Yan po, ang nakuha nating download speed is 3.20, then sa upload speed po is 0.98. So equivalent po of 4 Mbps po siya. So pwede na po tayo nitong makapag send ng email, mga files, and then makapag video conferencing po sa ganitong speed po. So kung tapos na po natin gamitin ng ating VSAT at di na po natin gagamitin, ito lang po tayo dito sa ating navigation control. dito po sa ating VSAT. Para po bumalik sa dating position yung ating antena at malagay natin po ng naka-align po itong antenna positioner doon sa enclosure, kasi kapag hindi po natin in-stow, hindi po natin maipapasok ng maayos tong ating VSAT doon po sa transit case po natin. Punta lang po tayo dito sa ating electronic enclosure, pindutin lang po natin tong okay, then punta po tayo ng command, then arrow up, arrow down, then ito po yung stow. Itong stow na to po, kusya na po siyang babalik sa dati niyang posisyon. Ito pong ating antenna positioner, so okay lang po natin. So, stow activated. Ayan, stowing na po yung status dito na nakalagay sa ating digital screen. Makikita nyo po siya, kakalaw po siya at kusa na po siyang babalik sa dati niyang position po. So, stowed. So, ayan po, naka-stowed na siya. So, ngayon, pwede na po natin siyang patayin. I-off na po natin. Yan po, na-off na natin. Then, disassemble na po natin yung ating VSAT.
Alright, so that's it po for the presentation. Now, meron po tayong mga questions again from OCD 4A, Sir JL. This is regarding VSAT. Ilang degrees po yung ikot ng satellite kapag naghahanap ng signal po? And in line with that, meron ding follow-up question si Sir John. Multi-directional position po ba ang VSAT device or specific directional position lang po? Sir Oscar?
Hello, Arlene. Narinig niyo ako? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes po, sir. Narinig po namin.
Ayun. Ang rotation is 180 degrees. Pero since dalawa yung satellite na na naka-position dito sa Pilipinas, kahit saan nyo i-wrap, either east or west, makukuha niya po yun. Tapos, may isa pang question ba yan, Arlene? Hindi ko ata nakuha yung pangalawa.
Yes, sir. Another question po related to that. Multi-directional position po ba ang VSAT device or specific directional position lang?
Specific lang yung direction ng VSAT kasi kailangan siya laging humarap doon sa satellite mismo. Pero siya na po yung naghahanap ng direction na yun. Kagaya po nung pinakita ni kanina, ni Tom, just push the power button on, siya na magdidirect at gagawa ng acquisition sa satellite.
Any more questions po?
Ma'am, in addition lang po yung doon sa kasi yung unang sagot po ni Sir Julius yan. Sabi niya is 180 degrees. So 180 degrees. So kalahati ng 360. So hindi siya umiikot. So meron siya dapat proper positioning kung saan lang siya pwedeng nakaharap yung VSAT para makuha niya yung 180 degrees. What if na ilagay siya nakatalikod sa yung proper positioning ng satellite?
Okay, assuming na nakatalikod siya. Ang mo naman, pati kasi again, dalawa po yung satellite na nakaharap, di ba? Both sa east and west. So kahit nakatalikod siya, meron po siyang masasagap doon. Okay. Yung ang challenge lang doon, Sir John, ay yung halimbawa sa kabila ay may gusali, yung pinag-uusapan po natin kaninang halimbawa, you can't help but not put it in a ay na high location, kailangan sa ground level, yun yung mga yun yung advantages ng dalawa yung satellite na nakaharap dito.
Okay. Sige po, sir. Thank you po.
You're
Mahap ko
welcome
na
po.
po.
Ma'am Arlene,
Yes, sir.
ma'am, may question po regarding po dun sa chat nila Sir JL at saka ni Sir Rogen. Regarding dun sa Explorer 700 na dinonate ng World Food Program sa kanila. Expire na po yung SIM. Paano po natin yung ma-activate? Kasi sayang yung hardware eh. Mayroon bang concern yung Inmarsat na subscription na yung yung SIM card or yung tawag doon, yung credits lang yung bibilhin ni OCD para ma-activate yun yung mga existing na Explorer 700 na mga bigan.
Sure, yan. This Archie, sir. If I may.
Yes,
Sure,
po.
yan dun po sa concern natin sa Bigan 700. Sure, kasi ang plano kasi namin, sir, ni Sir Kelvin, pero hindi pa siya, sir, talagang final. I-pull out na lahat, sir, ng mga luma nating communication equipment na is obsolete na, or like the Turaya na sat phone natin. Pero sir, gusto ko rin tanongin sir kung sakali sir na ituloy natin kasi itong Bigan 700. Hindi ko lang alam sir kung meron pa ba tayong magpo-procure na ganyan sir. Hindi ko alam ko lang sir kay Sir Oscar kung meron pa ba tayong pwedeng, if ever lang naman sir, na pwedeng ma-support yung ganyan na model.
Yung yes, meron pang niyan. Masusupport pa natin yung yung mga Cobham Explorer 700 yan, di ba? Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes po yan, sir.
Yeah, meron pang yan. Although wala na siya nung hardware. Hindi ko lang sure kay Cobham kung may hardware support pa yan. Kung ang tinatanong mo ay pwede pa bang lagyan ng airtime yan, ng connectivity, ay pwede pa po. Pero sino po nagbigay niyan? WFP?
WFP po, sir. WFP.
Usually kasi, although madali lang naman yan, papalitan lang naman yung SIM card niyan. And then, once mapalitan yung SIM card, halimbawa, ng isang service provider dito, whenever you request yung i-request nyo yung airtime, i-activate lang naman yan with the newer SIMs. Ang hindi ko lang alam ay yung sa hardware, kasi mayroon ng mga mas bagong models dyan. So, I'm not sure kung may support pa ba si WFP sa mga ganyang klaseng units. Pero pagdating po sa connectivity, as long as gumagana po yan, pwede pong lagyan ng ng connection. Sana po nasagot yung tanong.
Yes, sir. Nasagot naman, sir. Depende na lang, sir, if may matetesting natin yun, yung kung mayroong pwedeng gamitin ba yung existing natin, if meron, na pwedeng hot swap lang muna, or bago talaga, sir, na subscription, kung if ever gagana pa.
Tsaka my suggestion is kung meron kayong mga bigan, kahit wag nyo i-connect, basta buksan nyo lang once in a while para lang hindi mag-degrade yung battery. Yan yung madalas sa problema pag nakatenga ng matagal, hindi na siya gagana through battery power. Ano na lang siya, kailangan lagi nakasaksak.
Okay na po ako, sir. Thank you po.
Okay po.
Again, other questions pa po from Central Office, from Opson, ICTD, ROCD. Meron po ba tayong for clarifications?
Hello po. Meron pong question si si Sir JL Reyes. Same with my question. All-weather po ba si BSAT?
Yes sir, kahit ano. Again, ang hindi lang pwede ay malublob. Pero ano po yan, pwedeng maulanan.
Okay. Sige po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay po.
Alright. Meron pa po ba? Okay. Yes, sir. Sir John, may question ka pa po? Okay. So mukhang wala na pumunta tayong question for today. Yung mga previous questions po on the first part, we will be forwarding it to Scan Marine and we are IT and Hytera, and then we'll send the response via email po. All noted po. Now for the last part po, let's hear a message from our acting chief in the ICTD, Mr. Kelvin Artapresio.
Thank you, Ms. Arlene. Good afternoon once again. On behalf of the Information and Communications Technology Division, we would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to all our participants and resource speakers for taking their time to attend this briefing despite of the occupied schedules. This briefing became possible because of the steadfast leadership of our beloved Director Rafael Alejandro, sir, and the constant support from our regional offices on this type of engagements. Our collaborations and healthy discussions brings us to a lighter road in dealing with our communication gaps in order to build a disaster-resilient communication system. Rest assured that the OSICTD shall continue to explore the latest technology in terms of disaster communication system to incorporate these in our upcoming projects, in addition to what we already have in our current inventory. Further, the ICTD will look into the statutory compliances and the issues and concerns raised within our communication system. Our priority has always been not only for the OCD Central Office, but also for our valued regional offices to be self-sufficient when it comes to resources for emergency communications. Having this capability, there's no doubt that OCD can extend emergency communication support to those who are in need. More than that, I would like to thank, of course, our communications technology team headed by Archibald Abejo, not only for facilitating this event, but also for being the frontliner of OCD in the provisioning of emergency communication support during disaster operations. We hope that this activity serves as an avenue for us to learn and share our experiences in the lens of emergency communications. Once again, thank you everyone and good afternoon. This meeting is adjourned.
Sa mga follow-up questions po, by the way, i-message na lang po sa amin, sa ating communications or ICT chat groups. And we have sent as well the...
Wala, pahingin naman kape. Oo.
Meron po tayong satisfaction survey form. Feel free to fill up po for